Good evening, members. Good evening, members, and welcome to this BCP Overview and Scrutiny Board. And welcome to anybody watching online, members of the press and the members of the public. Thank you for joining with us. Before we start the meeting, I just asked our Democratic Services Officer, Claire Johnson, if she would read out the housekeeping rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that this meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Board is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point at the car park in front of the building. And finally, please could everyone ensure that background noise is kept to a minimum and that mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to a silent setting for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning microphones and turning down the volume completely on laptops. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. We'll go straight to the meeting agenda. Agenda item on apologies. Are there any apologies, please, Claire?
Yes, we've had apologies for this meeting from Councillors Bobby Duff and Councillor Kate Salmon, and they're being substituted by Councillor John Beasley for Councillor Duff and Councillor Alistair Kelly for Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Claire. Agenda item 3, declarations of interest. Do any councillors have any disclosable pecuniary interest or any other interest on any other items on the agenda? Councillor Beasley, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. It's an interest probably relating to the BCP Council Libraries paper. It's somewhat tangential, but I should declare it that I'm a member of the Arts Council, Area Council for the South West.
Thank you. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, as previously declared, my wife is employed by BCP in the library service.
Thank you very much. So, members, agenda item 4. Confirmation of minutes. Are there any minutes or disagreements to the minutes held of the meeting on the 8th of January 2024? Comments? No, it doesn't look like you would take those as agreed then. Thank you. Agenda item 5, public issues. Do you have any public issues, please, Claire?
We don't have any public statements or petitions, but we've received 2 public questions from Mr. McKinstry, and I believe he's here to ask those questions.
Thank you, Claire. Good evening, Mr. McKinstry. Nice to see you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, Councillor Poppy. So, crack on then. Okay. And these are being asked to you, but of Councillor Cox. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So, question 1. Can we have confirmation of whether the following assets have been disposed of for capital receipt generating purposes? The assets are as follows: 35 Willis Way, Fleetsbridge, land on the north side of Crescent Road in central Bournemouth, and the Southbourne Crossroads car park in Southbourne Coast Road. None of those sites had been disposed of as of November 2023, when I last looked into the matter, but this position may have changed because forecast receipts for the Southbourne and Fleetsbridge sites are listed in tonight's report for item 7 at appendix 6. If any of these assets have now been disposed of, can we have details of the sale prices and the net proceeds? And if the Crescent Road site, which is unmentioned in the report, has not been disposed of or is no longer being disposed of full stop, please can we have the reasons?
Thank you, Mr. McKinstry. Councillor Cox, I understand you've got an answer. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. McKinstry. The response is as follows. It can now be confirmed that 35 Willis Way, Fleetsbridge, was sold in December 23 for 1.089 million. So just after your last research. The sale of Southbourne Crossroads car park has not yet been completed, but is anticipated before 31st of March 2023. In respect of Crescent Road, sorry, it should be 24. Yes, should be 24. In respect of Crescent Road, the private treaty sale in 23 did not achieve the minimum Red Book valuation and was therefore withdrawn from the market. The housing delivery team within BCP Council are now looking into the feasibility of a residential scheme.
Okay, thanks for that. Question 2. Apropos of the section 25 report, paragraph 71, legal claims against the council, which is page 160. Am I right in assuming that the costs of hiring consultants to defend the Highmore Farm appeal and or any costs award that may go against the council would be treated as unforeseen events and thus met using the council's unearmarked reserves? Can you also confirm whether the council's external auditor has been made aware of this matter or is being kept informed of this matter?
Thank you, Mr. McKinstry. You are absolutely correct. Council's unearmarked reserves would need to be used to cover any costs falling to the council in respect of the Highmore Farm planning appeal. In respect of the auditors, they are kept regularly informed of all developments within BCP on a regular basis. So I'm sure it may come up in conversation at some point.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. McKinstry. Okay, agenda item 6, BCP Council Libraries, creating a sustainable future. This paper is going to be introduced by portfolio holder, Councillor Andy Martin. We've been long awaiting a council strategy for the libraries, but this doesn't actually set out the strategy. It sets out the process to achieve one. But I'm sure that Councillor Martin will clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me back. I think this is my third visit in 2 months, so I feel like I've got a season ticket to ONS. But and I know you have a full budget scrutiny coming along, so I will try and be relatively brief. Linda is our head of libraries, is on the call to answer any detailed questions I can't answer about the strategy, the consultation. And thank you for your patience. I know that you were expecting the report a couple of meetings ago, so thank you for your patience on that. First, can I repeat what I have said previously about this undoubtedly being, I would say, the most important consultation this council has undertaken, because, as we all know, libraries are at the heart of our community, all our communities, and must remain so. And as a reminder, this is a consultation to engage. This is not about the outcome of a strategy. This is to engage with our residents, our community groups, our partners, our stakeholders, our children and young people about what they would like to see as the future of our library service across all our communities. I'd like to pick up where I left off at the last meeting on an optimistic note. Libraries are and will continue to be a key part of the council's priorities in terms of connected communities, dynamic places, literacy and wider education, health and well-being, culture and creativity, something I'm personally very interested in, and information and digital technology, and of course much more than that. So that's my first reason for being optimistic about this consultation. The second is the consultation itself. As you will have seen in the report, it is very comprehensive, it's wide-ranging, it's got a depth to it and a breadth to it. And this is not just the people who use libraries, it's users and non-users, it's individuals and community groups, all our stakeholders and business partners, other public sector organisations. And of course, I'm very much hoping that all 76 members of the council will be fully engaged in this process in the libraries that are in their wards. And if they don't have libraries in their wards, then certainly with their, in other ways in their communities. So I think that's this is going to be a really good consultation, and I think we'll get some superb feedback and information from it to inform where we go from here. As I mentioned again at the last couple of meetings, the library service shouldn't be looked at in isolation, but in the in the context of the evolving nature of BCP, co-location of community services, creation of community hubs, and the changing needs of our communities. And I'm pleased to advise, as I think it says in the report, that the DCMS is fully engaged on this journey with us, and there's been a couple of meetings already. So that's really important. And my sort of third thing I want to say, which is also a note of optimism, I think there's a lot of pessimism around generally, isn't there, in the world. I visited Councillor Beasley referenced Arts Council England, Matty Roudset, our service director, and I visited Phil Gibby and Adam Gent at Arts Council England in Bristol on Friday. We spent a lot of time talking about culture and our support for cultural organisations, but we spent a lot of time talking about libraries. And I have to confess that up until a few months ago, I did not know that Arts Council England worked quite as closely with libraries as they do. And in fact, some of the library services around the country, Gloucestershire, St Helens, and down in the West Country, are in fact national portfolio organisations with the Arts Council. So we are very keen to explore further cooperation and collaboration with Arts Council England. It's very early days yet, and that conversation was really opened just on Friday. But I think there are some real opportunities ahead, and you can be assured that we will be looking, as we go through this consultation process, out the other side and into developing the library strategy to come back later in the year. We'll be looking very closely at how we can collaborate and work with Arts Council England. And I think that's a very exciting opportunity. I appreciate there's a few general remarks, but I'm happy to answer any other questions I can on this, and obviously pass over to Linda for more detail. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Just to explain, well, I'll go ask questions from the members initially, and then other members in the room that are not on the board, I'll be going to them as well. I'd also like to introduce Lynn Anderson, who's attended the meeting online, who's the Head of Customer and Library Services. And also we have Jess Gibbons, our Chief Operations Officer, and this falls under her remit. So we've got lots of experts in the room. So any difficult questions, you know where to direct them. Okay, so yeah, Councillor Moore, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Could I start asking a question about the finances? I'm looking at the budget on page 27, and I see from the list of finance items there that after staffing, the next largest item, taking up actually a third of the library budget, is the, I've got to say this properly, 1,580,000 for the Bournemouth Libraries PFI. I'll say 1.6 million afterwards. Is that all right? So clearly, BCP have inherited this debt from the former Bournemouth Council, and I don't know the background. But before we start making any changes to our library estate or reducing library opening hours, can I ask whether this figure of 1.6 million has to be paid annually until I think it's 2032, or does it increase or decrease? Is the figure fixed in stone, or does the council have any opportunity to change in some way the amount payable? Can somebody please explain how it all works? Thank you.
That's probably for Linda, is it?
I think it is. Thank you.
Okay. Can you answer this one, please, Linda?
Yeah, I'll try my best. So we pay a monthly payment, comes out every month, which adds up to an annual figure. It varies slightly. It's pretty fixed each month, but it does vary for things like energy use, for example. So we saw a bit of an increase, obviously, recently because all energy prices have gone up. But essentially, it's a monthly payment, and it's as you say, it's due every year for the next 8.5 years until the agreement is up.
Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Is there nothing that you know we can do about it? It's
no.
Yeah.
we
Yeah. We'll go to our Financial Director, Adam Richards, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to highlight, as part of the budget process, and clearly we're looking at the budget paper next, the service asked finance to look into whether or not it was financially viable to pull ourselves out of the PFI agreement we had or have for Bournemouth Library. We undertook the due diligence, and that showed it was not financially viable to pull ourselves out of that agreement. You basically have to make all the payments as a penalty anyway, so you might as well stay within the agreement. So it was something, however, that we challenged ourselves around, and the answer wasn't a favourable one.
Thank you. I can tell you from my own knowledge that the PFI does actually result in us owning the building and other real estate there, and actually the return in another 8 years' time is actually pretty substantial. So I don't think we would want to be pulling out of it because of the benefits that we will be getting. And most PFI deals are set on some kind of fixed annual arrangement.
Yeah, it's just that I didn't
Yeah.
know anything about it, so I thought I'd ought to ask. Could
Have
I
you
ask
got-
a supplementary?
please
Is
do,
that
go
all
on.
right? Thank you. I don't know the Bournemouth Central Library that well. I have been there a couple of times, but that's all. So I'm just wondering whether or not that this central library could generate an income stream which helps to mitigate the 1.6 million. What I mean by that is whether or not it hosts another user or users which could generate the income. I don't know who actually uses it.
Again, I think this one's probably for Linda Anderson. Thank you.
Hello, yeah. It's actually got limited usable space in the sense of meeting rooms. There are some meeting rooms there. There is a large area within it which is currently occupied by the CAB. So they run their operations out of there. So the social benefit of that is huge in terms of that contract for residents of BCP. Other than that, there is only an office space that potentially could be used for other things, and that will come into the thinking around the library strategy and our general look at assets anyway.
Does that help? Yeah, I mean, I'm aware that there's been attempts over the years to get commercial activities in the libraries. It's proved very difficult, and I believe Bournemouth Library was one of those that was subject to some kind of analysis in the past.
At least the
Yeah.
CAB's there, which
Yeah.
is social value.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So have you completed now? Yeah, okay. Councillor Trent, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Want to sort of dig into the relationship with the Arts Council in this, because a few years ago, I know that in Poole Central Library and in Rossmore Library, they actually put on entertainment that had a link to the library service and literature and poetry and so on. And I know in sort of Rossmore we had what I suppose you could best describe as beat poet outfit sort of performing there, and it was part of the National Literacy Week or something along those lines, and it was a very good way of engaging people in what was going on. And I know in the same community I've been involved in putting on a sort of entertainment in another venue for Black History Month, and I'm wondering whether the possibility of getting grants or support from the Arts Council to bring this kind of thing back, because it hasn't happened since BCP to my knowledge, but it did happen a few times in Poole, and it was a very good way of getting people into libraries who wouldn't normally go in libraries, and especially if it's related, as indeed the one that I went to in Rossmore was, where it's basically rhythmic poetry, and the guy actually, the performer was, his family was all involved in the library service. So they were very sort of like dedicated to the whole thing, and they were promoting the usefulness of libraries, whether that's something we could actually look into for the future, so that our libraries are engaged with a wider range of our community, because certainly we've got space in some of our libraries to do this kind of thing. And the design of Rossmore Library lent itself quite well to it, because it's it's not immediately adjacent to any house, and it kind of worked out quite well. So I'm just wondering if that can be looked at.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Martin?
Yes, thank you for that. Just to clarify that the Arts Council doesn't have any statutory responsibility for libraries, but as agreed with the DCMS, they encourage and they develop through basically funding, advocacy and collaboration. As I understand it, there are two types of grant from the Arts Council, or two types of funding streams. One is a project grants, which we can apply for at any point, depending on the projects that we want to bring forward or individual libraries want to bring forward. And the other is, as I indicated earlier on, collaboration as a national portfolio organisation. So I get the impression that the Arts Council, we would be pushing out an open door in the next round of NPO funding, which I think will probably open in 2025. So there are lots of opportunities with the Arts Council that maybe we haven't quite explored yet. And I think one of the most important things, the name is in arts, isn't it? The Arts Council, there's lots of engagement with our communities, as you can see from the report, in all sorts of ways and many different groups. What we would like to perhaps open up is more about arts and culture in libraries, performing arts, and also we talked about all sorts of things last Friday about what the possibilities were. And I had a very good conversation with my counterpart in St. Helens about 3 or 4 months ago about this, because they are a national portfolio organisation with the Arts Council, and they do an incredible amount of work. And I can share some of that with you afterwards or at a later date about performing arts and culture in the libraries. And St. Helens is a shining example of what can be achieved in the library service working with the Arts Council. So there's all sorts of opportunities. And I think you hit the nail on the head. This is exactly the sort of stuff we want to see in the libraries. Thank you.
I think the report does actually talk about how the library services would be one of the options to look at improving the way connectivity with the community is addressed. Councillor Dedman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I really liked reading the report because I think it shows how much libraries engage with all the community. But that's part of my first question or comment, is that when we talk about the library strategy, the consultation in Appendix 2, it does actually say, can't actually find the words, but yes, it says that we want to consult people who don't use the libraries. And I think that's really, really important, but I am baffled as to how you're going to do it. So I'm hoping that you've got the answer to that. I mean, you don't particularly need to give it to me now, but I'm sure that really, really strikes me as, why don't they use the library? Do they not know what it offers? You know, all the things that libraries do. Another point I want to make is I had no idea that our libraries supply book clubs with their books. So isn't that wonderful? Good reading groups, I mean. But on the state of the buildings, I would like also to point out that you do say in the paper, this may be out of date. Well, certainly for Christchurch, it's tremendously out of date. Not so much for Highcliffe. We only have the 2 libraries, but Christchurch is now much improved. Whether the building itself is improved, it's a listed building. There's not a lot you can do. So I think that needs just to be commented on for anybody that's reading this report. And it's got so much going on there. I think that was all I wanted to say, apart from everybody talks about using voluntary people, volunteers. And I think there's going to have to be a really good consultation with the librarians, because I know to my cost that sometimes using volunteers is not a very steady stream of workers. So I think that's one of the things that the officers and obviously the portfolio holder will have to take into account. For example, Coal Hill Library, which is just out of our area in East Dorset, I know that they tried to go with volunteers and had trouble. So I know that's coming up in this paper. So thank you very much, and thank you for the paper.
Thank you. I think if that worries you, the statement that there may be access to the libraries without anybody being in attendance was one that sort of concerned me slightly. But anyway, Councillor Tarling.
Councillor Dedman has just really hit the key bit I was going to talk about, which is paragraph 33 about volunteers. And I got to declare another interest. Both my children have volunteered at the library in Christchurch. But I think there needs to be a clear delineation between the works that volunteers can do over library staff. As I've mentioned before, my wife works as a library assistant, but is very much now a BCP hub assistant and will deal with blue badges and signposting to other BCP services, which is what I think is probably the way forward for some other libraries. But Christchurch, I think, is already down the route of being a BCP hub and offering services such as COB and signposting to other services. But I just ask that as Councillor Devlin has just said, that volunteers are okay for some aspects, but there needs to be a very clear delineation on what paid staff can do and the risks with GDPR and safeguarding, all that sort of stuff that are involved with employed staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Northover.
Thank you. Don't know who I'm directing questions of. It's through you. Okay. So I would like to understand more about the statutory aspects of the library services, because a bit like what you were just saying then, I'm concerned that some of the proposals could bring us below what might be a statutory level of the service. I also, looking through, I'm interested in knowing more about how stock, as in books and things like that, the value and the spend over time, how that's changed. Whether or not we're spending as much as we were, which I suspect we're not. But I'd just like to understand more about that. And also, I can't see any data about the usage, like visitors to the libraries, and I think we really need to have that detail to start with, to start a consultation. We need to have an understanding. Those are my three things. Thanks.
Yeah, Councillor Martin.
I was actually going to pass that over to I think that's for Linda, but I did want to come back on a point that Councillor Devlin made, if I may, afterwards.
Okay, Linda, can you come in and answer those? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear what was just said. I heard Councillor Martin say that he was going to respond to Councillor Deadman, but then it went dead.
He did. He went silent. So whilst he's thinking about what it is he's going to clarify,
oh, okay.
do you think you could answer the questions that Councillor Northover has asked? Thank you.
Okay. So the first one, just remind what the first question was, Councillor Northover.
The first one was basically what are the statutory obligations providing library service, and are we looking to go below that, or what's the understanding of what our obligations are?
So the statutory responsibility is to provide a comprehensive and efficient library service. It's not defined below that level. Very much the DCMS expect you to know what is a comprehensive and efficient offer for your local community. So it very much comes out of a needs analysis of what your community consists of. And alongside the consultation, we're already devising that needs analysis. So that's the demography and all the different aspects of the BCP area and all the localities. We definitely won't be looking to go below that level because, as you say, that's the line really for your statutory provision. But I think all of the models that we've kind of said that we're going to explore do fall within the threshold of delivering efficient and comprehensive. We just need to explore what is right for our area, really. Does that answer that question?
Councillor Northover. Yeah. Okay. And the next question was about the stocks and how they sort of change in value over time. I don't know if you've got anything on that.
So I think I don't have the exact figures to hand, but the stock budget has reduced marginally over the years. I think that's quite common across library services as there's been a pinch generally. But we have a healthy budget and we do spend that budget. I think the challenge in the consultation, and actually Hampshire have just done a consultation on stock budgets in particular, are asking questions like, should we be buying hardbacks, should we be buying paperbacks, and understanding what users want from us in terms of how we spend that budget, digital versus paper copies, etc. So I think we need to form a view after or through the consultation, but then obviously spend the budget in the way that is going to best meet a comprehensive and efficient service.
Thank you. And the last question was about usage and data surrounding usage. I know that data was available. I thought I'd seen it somewhere, but that was your question, wasn't it? You know, have we got all the data about who uses it and when and age groups?
Yeah, we on a monthly basis, we collect how many visitors we have into a library, and we also collect what we issue in terms of what people are borrowing. So we have those figures, but obviously different libraries have different footfalls for different reasons. So it will depend what you're presenting in a library, what activity is going on. In relation to the question earlier about, you know, bringing performances into the libraries, we've actually got the English tour and opera coming in for children, and working with schools with that. So there is pockets of that stuff going on. We have writers, a dedicated person coming in offering his time to do writing sessions and things like that. So there's different reasons why people come in. People will come in for the community fridge, they'll come in for because it's a hub, they might be coming in to see the CAB, but all of those different, that footfall is very different. So I think part of the strategy development is understanding why people are coming in, and as we said earlier, why people aren't coming in. But yes, we do have a core basis of figures that tell us right now at a quite a limited level what activity is going on and what people are borrowing and what they're coming in for.
Yeah, I think it would just be good to see that is available at the start of this process rather than further on. Thanks.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, can I just say that I agree with the previous speaker's comments about the use of volunteers, and also picking up on the building conditions survey that some of the libraries were last surveyed 2013-14. Not exactly very helpful, and clearly more up-to-date surveys need to be carried out, I would think, across the library estate before any decisions can be made. Going on to the library space and facilities, there's a list there, and both the Bournemouth Library and the Camford Heath Library are missing from this report, and I would spot that, wouldn't I? Library activity, you haven't included use of libraries as warm hubs or use for public toilets as part of the council's own scheme, and I think these things perhaps should be included in the future. That was all. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Keddy.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the data on library usage, footfall and activities, I wondered if this was cross-referenced with the proposed reduced opening hours at our libraries. For example, our library in the ward of Charminster, Queen's Park and Charminster, the proposal was to close on Thursdays where there was a great deal of activities utilised by the local community. It feels like this data would be useful for scrutinising when closure times are appropriate.
Yeah, Councillor Martin.
Just come back on a couple of points. So on that last point, that is indeed happening. I know the Charminster example has been raised anyway by Councillor Carr-Brown, so that's conversations are ongoing, and that we'll be looking at other data from other libraries to inform part of the strategy. I did want to, I've had plenty of time to think about Councillor Dedman's really tricky question about how you speak to people who don't use the library service. In fact, we hadn't really thought about that. So things like, just for example, in Christchurch, we have 4 parish councils. So I know 2 of those parish councils have already offered to help in the consultation by asking through their contacts and through the people they're in contact with about the library service. In my own ward in Highcliffe Community Association, which has, I think, 1,500 members, they've already also agreed to survey their members, not so much those who use the library, but those who don't use the library. And just one other thing, tomorrow morning, I'm having a meeting with the gentleman who is behind the Bournemouth Writing Festival, and have already asked him about whether, as part of the Writing Festival, which is in April, that they can help us gather data as well. And I think there are plenty of opportunities with community groups that don't use the libraries. And I go back to my earlier point about we have 76 councillors, each one of them, I'm sure, very, very invested in the library service and should be very, very keen to take part in it and help us gather that data. So I think there are loads of opportunities. And also, for example, when we're asking what would make, if you look at the list of questions, describe your ideal library service. You know, what would make you use the library service? Why don't you use the library service at the minute? So there's plenty of opportunities for us to gather that data. Yeah, so I think that's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Atkinson. Oh, sorry, again.
Yes, I just wanted to really just wanted to make a suggestion to urge you when you are doing your analysis and both analysis and consultation. In BCP area, we do have some areas where there are some poverty and disadvantage, and I wonder if some analysis could be made of, are people from those areas using the library as much as people from other areas? And if we were to find that we felt there was not enough people from those areas using the library, to specifically make sure that we go out and do some analysis of why not and how we can reach out, because a library really should be somewhere where people who maybe can't afford to buy books can go and borrow books. So it's there and they can use it, but they may not realise that it's there for them. And if we can do that analysis and make sure we're reaching out to those communities and those areas, I think it'd be very positive.
Thank you. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I've got a number of questions, if I may, which I've put into three groupings. The first is the longest, and it's around really trying to get to the heart of how reliably the modelling has been undertaken with regard to, if you like, reducing the budget to achieve £500,000 of savings in 24-25. My concern around that is that the consultation strategy, it says at theme 1 in the paper, will need to be agreed. Yet the figures have been chosen and they're going through in the budget process. And within there, to achieve that, they're mainly around changes in operating hours, opening hours, and days of closures. And it seems to me that £500,000 to be saved predominantly from those two sources is going to be a very big ask at a time when the consultation hasn't even begun. So I'm not clear as to whether the consultation is taking into account those service reductions, or whether they are taken as read, and therefore the consultation is, if you like, very much after the event. Either way, there doesn't seem to be the degree of clarity that I think not only we as members need, but certainly the general public, the residents we serve, will need. I know that'll be true in my ward in Westbourne and Westcliff. I'm sure it'll be true across BCP as a whole. And so when you look at the staffing that's then left, you've got a few professionals in the library service and about 124, mostly part-time people on relatively low pay. But there's no full-time equivalent given. So we don't really know what the quantum of that cohort of people working on a part-time basis in the libraries actually is. And I think we do need to know, because we can't judge it unless we've got the details. And I think I then come back to this issue of, is the cart before the horse, or is it the other way around? Because I'm not clear. And I think we need to have that clarity if we're to make a judgment. I welcome the portfolio holder wanting to engage with ward councillors about the libraries in their patch. I would expect that anyway, but I really welcome that he has said that. But I want to make sure there's a sustainable future for our libraries. And I just don't see this from the paper. I've got two other areas I'd like to ask questions about as well, Chairman.
Yeah, this was also a question that I was going to ask. 500k is an awful lot of money and would generate the equivalent of a lot of a good number of full-time employees. The other thing, of course, that we have already had a consultation in a way, in that we had the consultation on the budget proposals. And if you look at that, you'll see that 60% of respondents were very opposed to cuts in the hours of the library services. Yet it seems to be hardwired into the budget now that the 500k will be a cut. It's a significant cut, as Councillor Beasley says. I think it does warrant an explanation, and I'd be very interested to hear what Councillor Martin has got to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Beasley. In terms of the staffing issues, I will pass over to Linda in a minute. But you are right. I mean, this is in the budget. It is a significant amount of money, but every part of the authority has had to take its share of the pain in this process. And Councillor Beasley, as a former former leader of the council and former portfolio holder for finance, will be well aware of the issues surrounding the budget. But I don't think this is putting the cart before the horse. It doesn't invalidate or in any way devalue the consultation process. There is still a significant library budget. We are having to look at the changing needs of our communities and the changing needs of the authority and different ways of working. So I think this is entirely legitimate, and I would hope that all councillors would get behind this consultation and not take a negative approach in terms of, well, it's you've made your decisions. That's not the case. The library service, as I've outlined at the beginning, we're trying to be extremely optimistic about the future of it. We all believe in our library service, and we just have to work together to try and come up with a strategy that meets the needs of our communities first and foremost. So I entirely reject the idea that this is all done and dusted. The consultation is robust, and I think we'll get some great results out of it. And out of that will come, I think, a really robust and fit for the future library service. But I'll pass over to Linda in terms of the specifics about the staffing that Councillor Beasley was asking for.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, Linda.
Thank you. So there's two different things going on at the same time, I think, is what is causing a little bit of confusion. So obviously, like all services, we were required to contribute to closing the budget gap, and that's the paper you'll be looking at in a little while. And as part of that, that's where the £500,000 savings have been proposed, and that's what the consultation about the budget did. So that analysis is back. Obviously, you've got a paper tonight to consider, and that's kind of happening on one side. On the other side is the library strategy that will inform what our future operating model will be, how we want our library service to be in the future, so that it is sustainable. And the consultation that we've attached to the strategy paper, which you have now, is about that consultation, which will be much wider and deeper in looking at all the different models and how we can best serve our communities going forward. So they're very much two different things, is how I would explain it. And yes, of course, there's an impact on staff, and that's what we're working through now for the initial £500,000 savings.
Sorry, Councillor Beasley.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, we'll watch this space, because I have a fair degree of scepticism as to whether that £500,000 will be achieved through those reductions and those reductions alone. Far from being negative, I'm very positive about the library service. I just want to make sure that my positivity is well founded and sustainable, because at the moment I don't actually see that in this paper. My second question is around the operational costs and the savings that are envisaged there, and I'm wondering where those can be achieved, because if it's about the stock budget, that's already extremely low, and I can't see how much more can be saved of that sort of quantum, particularly around overhead, which won't be altered significantly by shortage of hours and days of closure. So I'd like a bit of reassurance about that, Chairman, please.
Again, is that one for Linda Anderson? Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So again, some of that is around some staffing that are not frontline staffing in the sense of library assistants. So that is one post that has already come out of the budget just recently. So that is definite. There is another post equally which will come out but won't affect the frontline service in terms of library assistants. The other elements are made up of some just taken away of small amounts of budgets, but ultimately also shifting to newspapers online as opposed to physical copies in libraries. I'm just trying to think what the last element is. It's fairly it's not the same savings as the library assistants reduction in hours akin to the operating hours, so it's all fairly secure.
That's the BC.
Thank you, Chairman. And my third question is around asset management. If we look at theme 2 in the paper and paragraph 29, that says to me that there is a very high likelihood of some libraries being closed. I don't think there can be very much doubt in that paragraph that that's what it's trying to tell us. What I would like to know, Chairman, is how much work has been done on that already by officers around which libraries those might be, what the criteria set might be, and so on. Or can that reassurance, before this consultation's even started, can that reassurance be that I've misinterpreted that paragraph?
Is it one for you, Councillor Martin, or would you like me to refer that to Jess Gibbons?
Yes, perhaps, but let me just say, first of all, as portfolio holder for the last 9 months, I am not aware of and I've had no discussion with officers about identifying any libraries for closure. I just want to make that absolutely clear.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought I'd helpful to clarify that paragraph. It's around how we have a number of buildings located. I'll use Kingston as an example, near the library, different buildings, different locations. Actually, how can we bring those services together in that library in order to protect the assets? That's what that paragraph is trying to get at. It's not about closing specific libraries. It's about how we can be more efficient about our building space and building usage. And what we've been talking about is a community hub type model.
Thank you very much. But like you, Councillor Beasley, I had some concerns when I think of my own library in Redhill, for example, not suitable to count as a hub because it's far too small. And, you know, I couldn't help but ask myself the same question: what does this paper really say in terms of the building management as to what's likely to happen to these smaller libraries like that? But of course, I wouldn't want to preempt the paper that will come through on strategy. But I do have concerns as well. Anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I just like, in the view of the response I got to that last question, I have for a very long time advocated community hubs and bringing in other services into libraries. And indeed, going back to former council days, that is something we did, and we did to really great extent and to great effect. So there's nothing new about it. And certainly in many cases across BCP Council, that work will largely have been done. It will continue to evolve, as it always will, but the principle of it is already in place and has been delivered and delivered effectively. So I don't see a lot more savings in there in the short term. Incrementally, there may be over the longer term. But if that means that libraries are therefore in jeopardy as a result of that, I think that should be a significant part of the consultation, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other members? If not, is there anybody, members in the room that would like to ask a question? Please, Chairman. Yeah. We've got Councillor Sharon Carl-Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and taking your advice. I have some sympathy with the cart before the horse argument that we have just heard. The budget outlines the need for the library service to contribute £500,000 in savings to the budget. We understand that. We understand the need for savings and realise that each department must play its part in that. But what I'm interested in is ensuring that the service that each of those departments offers is fully appreciated, the vital service that they offer. And so echoing what councillors have said already about the value of libraries, it's no surprise that in the budget consultation, 60% of respondents rejected the idea of the the shortening of the opening hours. Something else I just wanted to quickly highlight that I've certainly come across in talking to people is the potential loss of experienced staff. Because if the hours are cut, they will not be able to sustain their employment with us and they will leave. And we all know what huge value experienced librarians are to the service that they provide. But within the context of this, I wanted to understand, please, because the basis of the decision to vary library opening hours was informed by a consideration of footfall and other usage data. This has been touched on already. But what I wanted to understand is what is that other usage data and over what period of time has it been assessed? And I would actually also like, and thank you, Councillor Martin, about the conversations we've had about Charminster Library, but I would like the specifics, please, for Charminster Library. I've tried to get that information. I haven't had it yet, including footfall and what activities are there, sort of whether it's IT or children, adult readers, the community group usage, what numbers, what groups, what's the nature of the group. But I would also please like, and I think it's important for this consultation to see a social value assessment of the activities, taking into account things like the vulnerability of users, isolation and socioeconomic factors. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to for the sort of the numbers and the data analytics, I'm going to pass back to Linda. But you should have had an email this afternoon that I don't know whether you've seen it. Right. Okay, you know, okay, I've seen an email that is coming back to you with some of the answers to your questions. In terms of your point about experience leaving the library service, I think, I mean, it's hard to argue that won't happen in certain cases. I mean, we've all been through in our professional lives changes to organisations where lots of experience goes out of the door. That's obviously a downside. Often that allows other opportunities for other people to come forward and other talents to emerge. So I think it's not a total disaster in its own right. It's one of those things that everybody goes through, and while I accept it's a risk, it's almost one of those things, and we have to live with that and work around it. But if I can pass to Linda about the data analytics that you're asking about. And but before I do that, Chairman, I just wondered, unless I forget at the end, but I'm very happy to meet Councillor Beasley or any other members individually in their libraries to talk about any concerns they have as the process begins or through the process. Just like to put that offer out there. Thank you.
Thank you. You're going to come in, Linda, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so the data is very much as Councillor Carl-Brown has just presented back. It's the data on how many people are coming in borrowing things, how many people are using the public PCs, and how many people are coming in for one reason or another, in terms of just, you know, tipping through the door and doing something with the library, whether that's browsing and just sitting or as you say, using it as a warm space. So it's that information, but we also mapped, after the library staff, to map all the activities that were current within the library, so that we could, when we were looking at where we needed to make the reductions, we were taking account of all those three things really. But the reductions for the 500,000 are based on the current model, because that is the model we operate, and that is what, you know, how we deliver our services. So our current model is that we have libraries in different bands. That was decided some years ago when we rationalised or brought together consistent opening hours across what were the legacy 3 boroughs. So the band, in essence, band 3 and band 4 libraries would remain open for 3 days in the week, and then obviously the Saturday hours was kind of the premise around the banding model. Where that varied was that the 3 lowest use libraries are closing for 2.5 days, open for 2.5 days, and then obviously in band 2 they've reduced more proportionately and come down, but are closing 1.5 days a week. So it was a bit of a matrix, information going in, but the essence is that Charminster is in band 3, and actually of all the libraries in band 3, it's one of the top for the opening hours going forwards under the proposals. Does that help?
Thank you.
Okay.
When you say top, you mean it's still opening among the most hours? Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I
Sorry,
mean. I
Chair.
think it's 27 hours, and I think there's only one other library that is slightly more at 27.5.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, you know, that's taken us an hour, and it's just one tiny item on the budget discussion that we're about to have. But I would just like to make a couple of points of my own, if you don't mind. In paragraph 2, this says as a free universal service. Well, if I had any hair, it would be standing on end, because it's not a free service. Of course, it's funded from council tax, and the report then goes on to talk about its affordability. Well, we've always been able to afford the library services. We've always been able to afford other services, like some of the cultural services. But isn't it always the libraries and the cultural services that make an easy target for service cuts? And it's actually, is it as much about not being able to afford this, or actually it's in the last of the pecking order in terms of what are the priorities? And I'm sure we'll be coming on to that when we talk about the budget in due course. And I know that Councillor Martin's got an open mind on it, and the paper makes it quite clear that there's various options are going to be discussed in the strategy coming forward. One thing I will say is that you don't see any ongoing service cuts in the budget proposal for the library, which was, you know, 500k is plugged into 1 year, and then it doesn't seem to be anything after that, which I was pleased to see. So having said that, I was kind of interested about a comment in the paper that said about how the libraries would contribute to the council's place shaping ambitions. And I just wondered what that really meant. You know, what are our ambitions for a place setting, and how does the library strategy really fit into that? That was rather an interesting statement. The other thing I picked up on was that when it talks about theme 1, consultation is there to understand the views of BCP residents around the library provision and what is most important to them. But don't we know that already? I mean, we've had consultations on library services. Don't we know what our residents think about our libraries and what they would expect from them? You know, it does seem to me that this paper was more about saving money, to be frank, than about what the service was required to prevent. That's the picture that I got, the flavour I got from it. I know Councillor Martin's going to shoot me down in flames. I can't help but say the flavour that I felt from reading the report. And I know it's the beginning of a strategy, but I'm just wondering if mindsets are there and predetermination exists already. So having said that, perhaps Councillor Martin would like to wind up the debate and respond to that, maybe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. On your last point about we know what people want out of libraries. Well, do we? We haven't had a library strategy in the 5 years of this council. Our communities are changing all the time. The council is changing all the time. So I think it's totally legitimate to say, actually, this is a blank sheet of paper. I mean, I don't know what consultations were done under Bournemouth Council or Poole or Christchurch, but I think this is long overdue, and I'm sure it will inform us in ways that we had not imagined. That's my first point. My second point is, as we all know, and I used this phrase last time, our library service is one of the last lines of, if not the last line of defence in terms of our community facilities. I'm sure, you know, I've been to Camford Heath Library, I've been to your library, and I'm sure lots of people in your community and you would agree with that. So I think I think we should approach it again. I use my O word, my optimism word, a sense of open-mindedness and optimism. There's another thing I was going to mention, but I can't read my writing, so I can't answer it. The final thing I will say is you talked about the cultural services and the libraries being an easy target, etc. All I would say is, again, please keep an open mind, because if you look at the savings in the cultural budget, in the budget that's just been published, you will see that actually 90% or so of the cultural budget has been protected. So it isn't just a line in the budget. It isn't an easy option. It isn't a nice to have. It's actually something that I believe, well, I am, and I believe the rest of the council is committed to. So let's see what happens.
Thank you. And I have actually been a bit remiss. I've been requested to just mention the table about the works on the libraries themselves. A resident actually wrote to me today about that. It's been raised by a number of people, but the information is very much out of date. And I know that I think Councillor Devon mentioned the investment's already gone into Christchurch Library. There's also been significant investment into the Poole Library as part of this conversion to a major hub. Certainly the Entry Park has had a flat built there, and there's a huge investment gone into new electrics and fire. You know, that list really is not actually very helpful. It really throws you off the scent a bit, and I don't think that was useful putting it in, given it's so outdated. So with that, thank you, members. We've got the budget coming up. Should we have a quick 5 minutes now? Okay, so we're adjourning the meeting just for five minutes. Quick comfort break. Thank you. Welcome back, members. Okay, so now we come to item 7, the budget 2024-25 and medium-term financial plan. I'm going to ask portfolio holder, Councillor Cox, to introduce the paper. Just before we do that, we need a systematic way of approaching this, otherwise it could be here for a couple of days. So what I want to do is go round the room one by one, and that will be your opportunity. Now, being a very flexible individual, I will give you the opportunity, if you have a burning question on one of the other items, to come in. But by mistake, actually, Councillor Broadhead. So we just try to discipline ourselves as best we can. Okay, well, let's see how the first round of questions goes first of all. And yes, I will do.
Got a presentation.
Yes. Well, firstly, I'm going to ask Councillor Cox if he would introduce the paper. Oh, before you do that, can I just say, Mr. Richards, how totally impressed I was with the clarity of which this budget has been presented. Even non-financial people like me could understand it. It was very clearly articulated, well presented, and thank you. And I know it's taken a huge amount of work from you and your team to do this. So thank you very much. Councillor Cox, thank you.
Mr. Chair, and I'd like to echo that as well. I think Adam and the team have done a fantastic job, but frankly, a lot of officers have put a lot of work into this throughout the whole of BCP Council, and so you know, I'm glad that you can appreciate the clarity. I just wanted to introduce it really and say that the 24-25 budget recommends a 2.99% increase in council tax and an additional 2% adult social care precept. This is the maximum allowed by central government, but it's quite clear that waiving the 2% of council tax 2 years ago was a bad mistake because of what we see before us. This budget contains £41 million worth of savings, efficiencies, reductions in services, and additional charges. There is no sugarcoating that can hide the depths in which this council has had to trawl to recover from the legacy they inherited from the previous administration. This legacy included £30 million worth of structural deficit filled previously only by raiding reserves, a challenging in-year savings targets of £34 million, and further unidentified transformation savings of £6.7 million, to say nothing of an unsustainable debt-ridden regeneration company, a ballooning debt threshold, and a flashing red auditors' reports stating that they didn't believe BCP could balance its budgets, and successive government inspection reports all reporting what we already knew. The challenge, frankly, was immense. We started by repairing the trust which had been shattered between officers and politicians. We consulted widely on a unifying vision for corporate strategy, and we laid the foundation, the ground rules for transparent, open, and honest assessment of the challenges we have in front of us. We've restored traditional financial and accounting principles. Make no mistake, though, some of these savings come at significant cost to service users. However, there are many services which have been protected and strengthened. This budget, if this budget passes, we will avoid a Section 114 notice, which many pundits thought a near certainty at one stage. I know some councillors thought it would be the preferable option, as it would abdicate responsibility for making difficult decisions. However, a Section 114 would have a devastating effect on all non-statutory services and many statutory services themselves. In addition to the £44 million we inherited, we also got landed with an additional £6 million from government, from the government's unfunded increase in the national living wage, and a near £2 million cut in the financial settlement. We have scheduled in the papers on Appendix 5A a detailed list of savings, which include increases in fees and charges worth about £7.4 million, service efficiencies of £13.8 million, transformational savings of £13.8 million, and service reductions of £6.2 million. However, we have set aside one-off funds to enable some of these savings to be achieved over a period of about 12 months, which will enable them to be achieved with care. The elephant in the room, of course, sits front and centre in the executive summary. And we can do our bit and balance the general fund budget in a sustainable and responsible way. But if the government continues to underfund SEND services, then the finances of BCP and huge numbers of other councils will collapse. Extending the waiver solves nothing other than saving the government recruiting more commissioners. Nevertheless, we need to continue to reluctantly play along with the government's safety valve scheme, and that means having a detailed plan to limit the high needs expenditure projections. This budget carries significant risks, not least delivering the projected savings themselves, clearing up the mess of future places, dealing with the liquidation of Carter's Key, amongst many other things. However, the size of the risks are not a patch on last year. This is not the final version of the budget. As many of you will know, that the government has promised local government of 500 million additional funding. We have calculated that around £3.5 million would be allocated to BCP. But until we get the final numbers, we can't be certain. We are committed to listening to the results of residents' consultations on the budget, and we will welcome those views from this committee on how those funds should be allocated, not just in this year, but also in future years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richards, did you want to say anything before I open up for questions? No, thank you. Ian, anything from you? No, okay, thank you. So, yes, we will start with Councillor Moore. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. What I've just heard is just actually taken away one of my questions. I was going to ask whether or not we had any idea how much we were likely to receive from government, and we just heard the answer. Thank you, 3.5 million. I'm just sort of toying with the idea of making a suggestion, but I expect other people would want to make others, that we use some of that, or all of that funding if possible, but at least some of it, for children's services, and in particular to restore the complex safeguarding in children's services. This isn't a statutory service, but it does a huge amount of important work, and I'm sure we all across council, we want to see children's services continue to improve. And I think putting additional funding from the government settlement into children's services would demonstrate that there's a cross-party political will to see this service continue to improve. It is a suggestion, but I'm quite happy to make it a formal proposal, but we'll wait until what other people have got to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I mean, I think it's worth bearing in mind the recommendations going to Cabinet, one of those being about delegating additional funds to things to the portfolio holder and the leader and the chief financial officer. Yeah, no, absolutely. Because I mean, we've just heard the portfolio holder say that they'll be listening to the views of residents or members. So you certainly expressed that view, and I'm sure that's been noted. Did you want to say something, Mr. Richards?
Maybe just to confirm what you just said, Chair, in the sense that recommendation C provides delegation to the Chief Exec in consultation with Director of Finance, Leader and Portfolio Holder of Finance, with regards to setting out any additional resources that might come available under the final settlement. And that sets out a delegation. I think the intention would be, because a lot of it all depends on timing. If the local government finance settlement was received before Cabinet, then the intention, I think, of Cabinet would be to set out an addendum to the report before actual Cabinet itself. So there's complete open and transparency about what their proposal would be as to how those resources, would be allocated. But a lot of that does depend on the timing of the local government finance settlement. Last year we received it on Monday the 6th of February, just before Cabinet. This year I think the expectation would be perhaps to get it on Monday the 5th, again, a couple of days before Cabinet. But a lot of that is just conjecture at this moment in time. You can't say with any certainty as to when that settlement will currently be received.
Thank you. Councillor Cox, did you want to say something? Because your microphone is on. I don't know if that's just okay. Thank you. So, Councillor, yes, I am. Yeah, I'm going to go around the table. Did you have anything else, Councillor Moore? Finished? Okay. Yeah, go around. Yeah. Councillor Waters?
Yeah, so should the 5 MPs for the area, along with the rest of their party, vote for once in their career to actually improve the finances of local government, what would be the priority of our leadership in terms of reducing the cuts, from this list in your mind? I know you've asked us for our opinion, but currently I'd like to know what your opinions are for that priority.
Councillor Cox? Nice easy question for you.
And my personal priorities. I'm an accountant, Lee, as you know, and I always prefer to keep the money in the bank and keep it for reserves for a rainy day. And so, if it was my personal opinion, we would at least keep half of it to deal with any risks associated. And I think there's already been a question about the High Moor Farm decision. And so therefore I would like to keep some in reserves, but I'm also realistic and about politics, and therefore I believe we will have to spend most of it, and I would like to spend most of it on those service reductions which will hurt the users most, and that would be exactly as Councillor Moore has just said in terms of children's services.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I would like to just to go through the list of the consultation and just see which ones our residents liked the most and wanted us to keep the most, and probably start up with those in terms of priorities.
Yeah, I've no doubt we will be going through the consultation in detail. In fact, we've already dealt with some of the requests in the consultation in the budget already, because we could see where the land lay beforehand, and so we've already dealt with some of those, but no doubt we can go a stretch further as well.
Councillor Goodall.
A couple of questions and one suggestion. I was trying to dig down about the grant, whether or not we're still negotiating with the Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra over their grant and whether that had been concluded, and also the relationship in terms of the grant that we give to Lighthouse, and whether I couldn't find anything on about that, and I wonder if there are any specifics in terms of the money that we were saving over the years for that. That was my question. Thank you. I do have a suggestion.
From my memory, I believe we have negotiated a reduction in the grant to the BSO, which I probably should say that I have an interest in that, as far as my daughter is a singer in the chorus. But we have negotiated a reduction. I believe it's about 10%.
My suggestion was to do with the community action area. Again, this may be something that's being looked at already, but as a proud allotment holder, perhaps I should declare an interest. But I just wondered, are all allotments, will this be a time for all allotments to become self-governing? Because I know my allotment that Tatman is planning to do that, and given that it would reduce, in some cases, they would not cause so much problems for the council, and it would be good for the allotment holders too, because they'd get a reduced sum of money that they have to pay each year. Thank you.
Is that one you can answer, Councillor Cox?
I'd defer to Millie Earl, I suspect, on that one, if she's online. She said she would be.
I don't think she is online. What
Apologies,
There she is.
I am online, Councillor Bartlett.
Right, you are. Sorry, I didn't see you there, Millie.
I'm so sorry though. If I could just have a repeat of that question, that would be brilliant.
What about the allotments? Yeah,
all about allotments.
It was just that my allotment plan is planning to go self-governing, if you go self-governing, it means that you have to basically look after yourself. And and I just wondered if that was a possibility for all allotments, so that it's not a strain on the council resources. That's because they become self-governing, and therefore the finances are organised by them and not by us.
Chair?
Go ahead. Please go ahead. Thank you.
I think that's a really positive suggestion, and actually where we want to be as that enabling council is looking at how we can empower the community to take control of the assets in their area. And I don't think that's about getting rid of things and creating a burden on communities, but it's more around asking communities how they can make something as positive as it can be. So it's not my portfolio area, it's actually Andy, Councillor Hadley's, but I'm very happy to take away any ideas on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Devon, did you want to interject?
I just want a point of information that the allotments, certainly in Christchurch, are nothing to do with BCP Council. They belong to parish councils. So good luck with that.
Okay, is that it, Councillor Trent? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I must admit that I as soon as I saw the papers, I thought, what is the best way that this scrutiny committee could approach this? And I thought the best way would be to accept we are where we are and actually say, well, if the outturn is slightly better than is currently anticipated, that where would we want to see cuts relaxed? I have to say that I'm actually quite impressed. I read this and it didn't hurt as much as I expected it to hurt. I really thought it was going to be sort of a really difficult read and with lots of nasty stuff. There is some dodgy stuff in there, but it's nowhere near as bad as I anticipated. So congratulations to everyone who was involved in doing that, because I think they've done a good job in very difficult circumstances. A few things I've sort of illustrated that I'm a little bit concerned about. There's a lot of assumptions about recharging the housing revenue account for various services. And I know that over the years, the housing revenue account, which is obviously supposed to be benefiting the tenants that it manages, has actually been subsidising various services. I'm quite relaxed about that, because we had in a couple of the estates that I represent, we had some joint work between the community group and the community development and the housing team to build community resilience and get them involved in things and sort of find people who were interested. But I do think that needs to be looked at very carefully, that we don't actually start recharging things that are general services to housing revenue account. You've got to look at any given estate, and less than a third of that estate will actually have people who are paying into the housing revenue account. I saw a hand, so there might be an answer to that bit.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Chair. If I could come in. The housing revenue account is clearly a ring-fenced account within the authority's overall books. And there is clear legislation about what can and cannot be charged to the housing revenue account. And each of the predecessor authorities, principally Bournemouth and Poole, have been very careful around that in the past. Clearly, it didn't apply to Christchurch because Christchurch had an LSVT and sold all its housing stock previous to becoming part of BCP Council. With regards to that ring fence, what we're also clear about is that Poole Housing Partnership has been orderly closed, if you like. It's come to a closure and the service has been bought in-house. And Poole Housing Partnership, with regards to its management of the HRA and Bournemouth's management of the HRA, what we're going through is that process of alignment, making sure there's absolute consistency between those two with regards to how we recharge in the future, so we can come up with one approach that's consistently applied, for both, if you like, those area accounts. So we are doing that piece of work. And, we will be looking to make sure that there is that absolute consistency going forward. The recharges in the account are generally from applying inflationary factors to the current recharges that exist.
Thank you. Thank you. There were some things which I would definitely put into the category of would need to be looked at again if there was the opportunity. I do question the wisdom of making the toilets along the beach a paid entry. I think the last thing you want is people finding alternative ways of relieving themselves than using the toilets. So I would hope that that would be something that would be looked at if there was an opportunity not to do it. There's mention of the Arts by the Sea Festival and abandoning that, but there are some elements of it that I think were very, very useful that I think we ought to look at a way of retaining those. And that was the community events. For years, there's been something operating under the Arts by the Sea at West Howe. And, that's obviously been successful and hopefully it would continue. We did actually try it out last year in Rossmore. That was hugely successful. It got an engagement from people in the community that don't engage in even a lot of the things which the community try to organise. And I certainly met some of the youngsters that were a little bit notorious and sort of found that even they I could detect were getting into some of the elements of it. So I would hope that we would look at a way of actually retaining and possibly even improving on the community element of the Arts by the Sea. I can understand that the Arts by the Sea perhaps needs to be looked at like everything else, and it's also it should be Arts by the Sea, not Bournemouth Arts by the Sea. It's something that I think involves pool. So I would hope that was looked at. I'm slightly worried about the nature support side of it. It was mentioned to me a while back that we actually had the same resources for the three councils combined as we had just for a single predecessor council, and that the people that are looking after that side of things are stretched. So I would hope that we sort of look carefully at that. It's very sort of unprecise, but there's talk about looking at the bus subsidies. I didn't quite understand some of the terminology involved, and I don't want to start BSIP. I don't quite know what that was, but I do think it's important that we retain some of our supported bus routes.
Councillor Trent, can I just suggest that, clearly now that we do have, some extra money and we've already heard that your portfolio holder is open to suggestions about where that might be allocated. These are things that we can put to him formally in a way. And I would say that the groups have probably got a role in this as well to discuss what their preferences are for them to make submissions to portfolio holder and to a financial director.
But I think that's something that with the weight of the overview and scrutiny board would be useful. The other thing I will, there were two other things, but the only other thing I will mention is the music service. That's often seen as an add-on, but I know from my own experience as a ward councillor, when I was contacted with someone very concerned about a youngster and how they were going, that the music service not only turned that youngster around, turned him into a very skilled musician. Both him and his mother ended up going to university and doing university courses later on. And this started off as, someone's drifting off the rails. They're a little bit worried about the future and what they're going to get into. But the help of the music service turned not just the life of the youngster that benefited from it, but turned the whole family round. So I would do say that is something that we would be, it would be a mistake to underestimate what sort of contribution they make to it. So I've just made those points because I think that is the most important thing, is that if we can rescue anything back, that we rescue the right things.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. I think what you've highlighted here is when you see a list of savings in financial terms, there's usually much more beyond the spreadsheet and the impact that it has on the communities and individuals. You know, there is always so many other implications associated with even what appears to be the smallest of cut. Councillor Broadhead. Sorry, Councillor Rice, I see you've indicated. Did you want to come into a point that's just been made, or do you have separate questions?
No, it's on a separate point.
Okay, well, I'll come to you in a moment then after Councillor Broadhead, if that's okay.
That's great.
Thank you. Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to echo a lot of what you said, Chair, insofar as the, you know, there are, as I said at the beginning, there are a lot of cuts there that I don't want to make. I didn't come into this job to make, and some of them will certainly affect the users. And what I would say in terms of your comments about Arts by the Sea, that is part funded at least by the Arts Council, and therefore that will not be stopping until that funding is no longer there. So I think you'll find on the spreadsheets that it's certainly not next year, it's the year after the year after.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I've got two areas that I'd like to cover. So if it's all right with you, I'll go through them in turn. First of all, I'd, like many others, like to put on record my thanks to the finance team for a stellar piece of work once again. Having been on the other side, I know how much work both through members and officers and the whole organisation goes into the process, and it gets harder each year. So that effort cannot be understated, I think. So well done to everybody. On the previous point as well around the extra allocation that may well come in, which hopefully will be around the 3.5 million. Very supportive of looking at how we can use that to properly fund the services, caveated by the fact that the reason the government has put this extra money in, which has been through an intense lobbying from loads of people from many different angles, is specifically in particular around the burdening pressure on social care and children's services. That's what the money is there to facilitate. It is not free money to spend on whatever we want. Now, if we can continue to provide the services that we need to provide, and then we've got some left over, that's a different matter. But that money is there to support those services which are seeing increases year on year. That's my aside on that one. The first area I want to explore is around the subject of reserves, because as we'd heard from the portfolio holder and in this report and from previous conversations around this matter, there is a clear indication from the administration that they want to live within their means, and at the same time sometimes what I would say a rewriting of history around the reserve situation, particularly from the last few years, because the narrative that is written is that there's been a raid on the historic budgets, whereas actually the reality is that earmarked budgets or unearmarked budgets have stayed largely similar over the last few years. And actually, yes, there has been money that has been spent over and above on priorities each year. But as an example, looking through in turn 2020, 21 to 22, that was around a refinance of the capital reserve programme. So that wasn't old money, that was new money that was being created to fund the priorities, as well as a COVID-19 financial resilience money. 22-23, the majority again of the 23 million pound, 24 million pound that was used was surpluses, underspends for 21-22 and COVID-19 support. So again, not a reliance on raiding the historic reserves. And indeed, last year, again, 14 million pounds of the money that was used was outturns, again surpluses from the previous years, and 9 million pounds of cost of living monies and 5 million pounds of reserves. So let's be really clear that the reserves that have been used in the past, which were to stop the needless stop any over and above service reductions wasn't about raiding the reserves. It was around using the money that came in. Now, the consequence of that is that the administration, and we heard from the portfolio holder earlier on, has, and he said in his own words almost, that if you then find money down the back of the sofa, which is what the previous administration had been accused of, you should save it rather than spend it. And we shouldn't be using 25 to 30 million pounds per year on one-off items, which, Chairman, was then quite a surprise to see in the budget papers on page 59 under Appendix 3 exactly that approach being used within this budget. So within this budget, we have 25.3 million pounds of new money found from business rates collection fund surplus, which, rather than, as a portfolio holder had said he would prefer to do and stick in the bank for a further rainy day, are being used in their entirety either this year or for the regeneration over the next few years. Now, a lot of that stuff is good stuff that we should be doing, albeit we'd like to see continuing in the future. So Christmas funding, Air Festival funding. But let's be really clear, this budget is doing, in my view, exactly the same as what has been done in previous years. They found some extra money and they're using it on their priorities on a one-off basis. Now, I don't see any problem with that, but it does seem to be slightly ironic that we're continually lectured on that very approach when we see it in front of us. So kind of two questions on that one. First, to the portfolio holder, does he recognise that this approach that he's presenting to us is pretty much the same? 25 million pounds of extra spending on stuff that he wants to do. And actually, I would like to hear from the corporate director of resources as well around whether, continuing what we hear again and again about the financial issues of the council, which we've now heard have all been resolved, does he not think that money would be better off going to the reserve, or is he content with spending 25 million pounds of one-off sums this year as well?
Okay, Councillor Cox. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, I think that the question was.
It was to me.
Who wants to
I'm
answer
quite
it?
happy to answer it, I don't recognise your language at all, Philip. Needless to say, the way we are accounting for reserves is completely different from the way you have done. What you have done is to spend the money that you had in the bank and on your priorities and on maintaining services which were unaffordable. And you've mentioned living within our means. This is what this budget is all about, is about living within our means. The previous three budgets, at least, did not live within our means. They spent way beyond our means, and that this budget is an attempt to address that. So I know I don't recognise that. The new monies that you're talking about, and you've highlighted quite rightly, is actually not being used on our priorities at all. It's being used on making sure that we actually get to the position where we can live within our means. It's being spent on supporting those services which are making significant changes. And so it is not spending money on what we would have liked to have called vanity projects. It's being spending money on core services to support them through a change. And that's what we're doing.
Richards, thank you.
Chair, if I can answer both of those two questions in the sense that, first of all, regards to reserves. I think the councillor referred to our reserves as being 106 million on the 31st of March 2020. It is a clear fact that as at the 31st of March 2024, we expect them to be 42 million pounds. So you can see, over that period of time, a significant reduction between those two periods. But the council is also correct in the sense that during that period of time, we put in place various strategies like expenditure freezes to try and generate in-year resources that could be then used to help support that 30 million pounds of annual contribution towards the budget. So you can see 105 less 42 is near enough 60 million pounds, plus those other strategies of using capital reserves, transformation reserves, and the outturns help create that extra resources to make that 30 million pounds per year approach. With regards to the one-off resources that we've actually identified through the financial strategy by undertaking a fundamental review of our business rates, I would suggest, because I was clearly the Section 151 officer for the previous administration and I'm the Section 151 officer for this administration, is actually what we're proposing to do is the complete opposite of what the previous administration would have done. My assessment, the previous administration, faced with one-off resources, would have invested in services on a one-year basis and then dealt with the consequences the year after. Actually, what we've done is taken those resources and looking at, if you like, responsibility towards prudence, sensible financial management, financial sustainability. We've not done that, and we've used it over various ways to try and improve the overall financial health of the authority.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. O'Donnell, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's very difficult for local authorities to plan their finances over the medium term when they receive a one-year settlement from the government. And this authority has actually achieved the quite laudable outcome of balancing the budget over a 4-year period. Now, in order to do that, you have to take a view about a number of variables over that period. You have to forecast those things, which is what the council has done. And you have to transition over that 4-year period to a balanced position. It's just not possible to balance a budget in the space of 1 year, year after year, by continuing to just make cuts and short-term decisions. You need to take longer-term decisions in order to do it, which is why it's important to plan over 4 years. And so in this budget, what the council has done is use up those one-off monies to transition services from a position where they're being fully funded by the council to a position where actually they have the opportunity to be self-funding, or where some time is required in order to find other ways of delivering service. That's a very sensible use of one-off resources to enable that long-term planning to come to fruition and give us a balanced budget over that period.
Sorry, I just want to come back on one thing you said, Philip. You said at the end that all our problems are resolved. No, they're not. They're not resolved at all. But the budget is balanced, and it's been balanced over a 4-year period. But our problems are not resolved. There are still risks there. If you read through the Section 125 report, then there are some significant risks there that we are still facing as we go forward. And so the last thing I would say is that all our problems are resolved. Our immediate problems are certainly resolved insofar as we're in a balanced position, providing this budget gets passed. And I think we've got a good future, but I would certainly never say that all our problems, at the moment, I would never say our problems are resolved. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I know you want to carry on, but could I just sort of put a marker down here that, if we could keep our discussion specific to this budget and the material issues around this budget, there is easily, we can drift into the political arguments about what was done in the past, but actually it's this budget that we should be focusing on. I do understand why you want to go back and revisit those issues, but we've heard these arguments before. So if you can keep to the material issues associated with this, unless you're completely questioning the approach being taken, that would be different, but thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I couldn't agree more. This was on the topic of reserves and the reserve strategy, which I think is important for us to look at, particularly when we hear so much about the current and past reserve situation. If I may, Chair, I do think this is something that would warrant a deeper dive, the reserve strategy of this council, because again, without looking to the past, there is even as the Director of Finance has just talked about the reserve differences between BCP forming and now, doesn't tally up with this idea that £30 million of historic reserves have been used every year. A lot of that was COVID money and earmarked reserves for projects. But it is an aside. I raise the point because it has been brought up again and again that this is the first year that there hasn't been a heavy reliance on reserves, and yet it seems to be almost hidden in Appendix 3 that there is £25.2 million of reserves used as part of this process. And granted that it is being used in certain circumstances for transitions, although that's not quite the case with a few others. There's £8 million essentially underpinning the budget, and £4 million for regeneration ambitions, etc., etc. I'm not actually arguing, because it is a tactic that has been done before. I think it is just highlighting that we need to take ownership of the position that we are in as well. So the second angle that I would like to explore is just around income generation and commercialisation. There's not very much of it in the budget, and I might not be reading close enough between the lines. So I'd give the portfolio holder the opportunity to explore a little bit more whether there has been a long hard look at income generating opportunities as part of the budget setting process. Because as we all know, for every pound that the council can generate, that's £1 less that you have to either cut through savings or go through efficiencies. And it has certainly been a drive in the past. I mean, last year alone, as an example, I think the tourism seafront operations generated around a £6 million surplus, essentially profit that helped support other services. And yet, when I haven't seen tremendous amount around income and commercialisation within this report. One example, which I'd like some specifics on, is the decision to close the Kings Park nursery. I know that when we were sat around the budget table last year, we took the decision to reduce the amount that we subsidise the nursery by £40,000, alongside an effort to commercialise that operation. Now, we were provided figures of the finances by the Deputy Leader a few weeks ago, which showed that this year has been record-breaking in terms of the income for Kings Park Nursery. It actually performed £80,000 ahead of the budget expectations, I would argue because of that commercialisation drive. Now, it turns out that almost exactly the same amount, £80,000, was put out in expenditure as well, so it ended up in the same position, which I'd question. But the new administration, I understand, has taken the decision not to commercialise that asset and instead, close it down and maybe look to community uses in the future. So that's one example of where I think commercialisation and income generation could have not only protected an asset but enhanced it. So, could the cabinet member give me assurance that I've got this wrong and that income generation has been something that they've had a keen eye on?
Councillor Cox, it seems like a rather interesting question to be able to prove that Councillor Broadhead is wrong here. But I'm very interested in your answer on this.
I relish the challenge of showing that Councillor Broadhead is wrong. Income generation. I'm not quite sure what examples he wants to throw at us, but he's thrown at us the Kings Park Plant Nursery, which has lost hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds over the last few years. And frankly, there is no way that we were going to carry on given the current circumstances, budgeted circumstances. We are generating more money. If you look in the budget, there's about £6 million worth of increased in fees and charges. So we are actually generating more money in the budget, and wherever we can. But we're doing it safely. We're not spending money on pop-up restaurants on the beach, where we lose hundreds of thousands of pounds. That's what we're doing, is making sure that when we generate money, we generate it safely and securely on behalf of a council. We're not a commercial outfit which we take risks on. So I can see in the corner of my eye as Councillor Milliel wants to have a few words.
Councillor Earl, you want to come in on this? It was you that announced the decision to close Kings Park Nursery, so I'm sure you've got all the information at your fingertips. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. And yeah, I mean, Kings Park is an example, I guess, Councillor Broadhead. I'm afraid I can't see you in the room, but I see what you mean around the commercialisation. I've been working with Councillor Cox on the sort of commercial side, especially in my role as portfolio holder for tourism and economic development. And what I would say, you know, specifically on Kings Park, Councillor Cox is absolutely right. We were in a position where commercialisation hadn't worked. As much as the previous administration made that decision, it wasn't enough to close that gap. And actually, it probably needed about 3 years to get there. And as you can see from our budget, we don't have 3 years to be putting money in to that. What I actually think is we can really embrace the opportunity here on making that site something even better for the community. You know, we've already had I've probably got about 7 organisations now that I'm aware of who have come forward, charities, community groups, interested in things from community growing to empowering young people, you know, huge amount of really good work that can come from that site. And even though it won't operate as a commercial nursery, I think that it can still have a real benefit. And who knows, whoever takes it over may actually want to revisit that commercial side and want to run it for, you know, planting and growing and then selling on what they can cultivate there. But also just on that wider side of commercialisation, what we have been looking at, which we have been able to do in a very short amount of time, is how we can find sponsorship, how we can work with partners in business, how we can work with the bids, all sorts of stakeholders to keep services from going away completely. And it has been, you know, since we took control, that's been a priority for a lot of our work, getting that sorted and seeing where we can pass on. And that's not a cop out. I think actually it's around sustainability, it's around investment, and us all seeing the value for some of the things that we provide, and whether that's the air festival or the blue flags or whatever, it's less around being commercial, more around working together and trying to live within our means, but also be able to achieve things as a community really across BCP.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Just finally on those points, and I do appreciate the answers. I think there is just a danger of giving up with some of this stuff. You know, the deputy leader has just said that commercialisation didn't work at Kings Park Nursery. The income this year was £80,000 ahead of budget, and had the expenditure not run away with itself, and I'd like to know why, it would have been the first year that it actually broke even and washed its face. So actually, that idea that it would take even longer to generate a surplus is just not true. I mean, otherwise we would have seen a decline in income rather than an increase in income. So I think, and again, looking at other ventures, and we've heard from the portfolio holder the criticism of the pop-up restaurants, and yes, okay, across the whole of the estate of pop-up restaurants, there was one that lost money, but the entirety of them generated a really healthy surplus for the council and actually improves the offer. I understand the administration are bringing forward a proposal to look at those and maybe even roll back on them. And again, we've heard from the deputy leader the idea that the Air Festival will just get somebody else to do it instead. Well, actually, we should be commercialising the Air Festival more so that we can keep it and earn money from it rather than just giving up on some of these points. But I've made my point. I just think that there is scope in the future, maybe it's next year's budget, to actually not just give up, but actually look at some of the operations that the council is doing even deeper and actually earn some money rather than cut services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Of course, I'd like to put out the point here that the nursery was there to provide in-house services, to provide planting for all the various glorious gardens that we had. And it was when that policy changed, in other words, the biggest customer for the nurseries was drawn away, that left the nursery to stand on its own in terms of selling commercially, which it had some success in. But it was basically an in-house service. It wasn't set up to be a business. It was there to provide services to the council, which owned it. Now that has changed because of the planting policy, but also at the same time, we've seen quite a change in the services and the very nature of our of the gardens, and I think not for the best, and that's my view. Councillor Rice, thank you.
Good evening. I wanted to raise something to do with adult daycare, adult social services daycare. So this is to raise some points that some residents came in and highlighted to me, which I'm now passing on. So this came from two people that have become 24-hour carers now. Interestingly, they've moved home, and they've also given up highly skilled local jobs to go into caring full time. And the daycare centres specifically were a lifesaver for them. So before the care situation got worse, they were able to continue to a certain degree with their jobs because of the daycare centres. And so one of their specific points was for me to raise that has the social, to ensure, I'm sure it has been done, but to ensure that the social value of the daycare centres is being considered. Then the other aspects that they've raised is to do with the accessibility of the daycare centres in terms of ramps and toilet accessibility. And in Oakdale, we're in a library that doesn't have toilet facilities, and so it was raised. Can we please ensure that when we're looking at, well, whether really to ensure that the council is looking at the accessibility of libraries when we're looking at the strategy, and combining that with, is there a possibility that the buildings that are used to house the daycare centres, whether there's any synergy there that instead of being able to close a daycare centre, maybe the library could move into a daycare centre because it's got more facilities in the actual structural building. And then the other consideration, I expect this is all being considered, but the other consideration is also with the view to closing daycare centres, whether it's possible to hang on until a change of government, so that we don't lose some fully accessible buildings, and then a change of government brings along future social care funding that enables them to continue, but we have lost them this year. So this was the point that I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cox, you're having to fill all of these questions for some sort of portfolio areas.
I'm happy to. There is Councillor Brown on the line, and but I'm happy to just say that the daycare centres are for consultation at the moment, and therefore we are looking very carefully at that. But I think Councillor Brown is probably more has more information at his fingertips than I do on these.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I can pick up those points from Councillor Rice. Yeah, just in terms of ensuring the social value of day centres is being considered. Obviously, we've just finished the consultation on the day opportunities strategy and the review of sort of the day centres. We've had a phenomenal response to that, over 600 responses to that consultation, which is all being collated and assessed and analysed at the moment. And a report will be pulled together from that, which will come to the Health and Adult Social Care Review and Scrutiny Committee, I think on Monday the 4th of March, and then to Cabinet on the 6th of March for a decision on the strategy and the future of the day centres. And as part of that, certainly, the social value and the value to the clients and to carers, particularly the unpaid carers that you mentioned, is sort of front and centre of the thinking within that. So that's part of it. I mean, there is a section within the budget that talks about day opportunities review and financial savings from that. Some of that was previously in the medium-term financial plan anyway, and it comes partly from sort of renegotiating how Tricuro their rates and how we deliver more in the community and have a much more sort of balanced provision of day opportunities between building-based day centres and out in the community as well, and also independent day centres. So that's all part of the sort of assessment. I would sort of caution a little bit just in terms of if there's a change of government, and I sincerely hope any government of whichever colour does actually get on and do what's been promised in the past but has been put off, is actually sort out the future of social care funding. You know, we've had people stand in Downing Street saying, you know, we're going to fix adult social care, fix the social care system, and then it's never materialised, and we're just waiting and waiting for national government to really take it seriously and sort it out. Sort out the financing of social care. But until that time, it's down to local authorities and council taxpayers to fund social care. But yeah, I'd caution a bit about saying, oh, change of government might make a difference. I was at a conference just before Christmas, and we had the Labour shadow minister there, and the message was very much, don't think we're going to suddenly give you loads of money and everything will be fine, it'll be sorted out. So it was, I'd caution against thinking, oh, it'll, you know, just around the corner, it's all going to get better. I don't think it will. It may over time, but you know, we need to make these decisions now for our current sort of funding. But yeah, that's all part of the day centres consultation that's been going on. So,
thank you, Councillor Brown. Tonight we've got Councillor Canavan here, who's the chair of the Health and Adult Social Care Committee, Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And I'd like to invite him to comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat the points that Councillor Brown's just made. It is, of course, the case that we will be looking at the detail of that at Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny. But one of the points I wanted to make at some point this evening was that there is money in the forthcoming financial year in terms of day service review, and also the transitional funding for that review, because if those of you who are familiar with consultation document will have read that the proposals are spanned over more than 1 year. So that money is in that money is in the budget, and it kind of just echoes a point that was made a bit earlier. I am very nervous about the timing, even though, you know, I have had absolute assurance that we will look at the budget and that no decisions will be made until we have seen it. That money is still in the budget to withdraw it, and that does concern me. I'm not as confident as Councillor Brown is about whether or not the social value of these provisions has been taken into account, because I haven't seen any evidence that there's been any kind of investigation about what the long-term implications of this are, both for those who use the service and those who care for those who use the service. If the council goes ahead with cutting the daycare centres, there will be consequences in the longer term on the authority, because it will put the burden elsewhere, not perhaps in the next financial year, but in forthcoming years, the burden will increase, not least on the probable increase of those who are not able to access daycare services anymore. You know, what are the consequences of their longer term health? What, you know, on their longer term well-being, and indeed that of their carers? Will that, for example, increase the number of those who are currently accessing daycare services? Will that increase the pressure on care homes? And I think we all probably know that the cost of putting residents into care homes is quite expensive, and I haven't seen any evidence that there's any kind of cost-effective analysis of any of that in terms of the longer term. So that's what concerns me, and what we have been reassured about, Chair, if I just may say so, is in the consultation paper there were just 2 options. Basically close all 8 daycare centres, and then just the other option was to kind of another option was to retain the 3 the three Connect services. What has come out of the consultation and what's come out of the kind of drop-in sessions that have been held at the various centres is that the officers are saying that that's not a done deal, that there are or there could be other options other than those two stark alternatives that were in the consultation paper. Now, I'm absolutely happy to take that reassurance, but I don't see it reflected in this budget, Chair. That's my concern. So that if, for example, one of the outcomes I'd like to see personally is that we retain the Moordown Centre, because the Moordown Centre has a specialist provision for dementia patients, and I think it's an incredibly valuable resource. It's a newer resource than many other centres, and I would like to find a way of retaining it over and above, the three Connect centres that we have at the moment. So where I am at the moment is to say, well, what are the implications of that in terms of the budget? How much does it? I've just had the figures today, in fact, about how much more down the savings in inverted commas of closing more down actually means. So I'm trying to get to grips with, given what's been said about balancing the budget over more than 1 year, Chair, that we're balancing the budget over a period of time, whether or not there is a possibility of ensuring that we can retain the three Connect centres and more down, but by adjusting the budget and looking for alternative ways of finding that money, but thinking about it longer term in terms of the public health and in the well-being of those carers, Chair. So that's all I wanted to say about it. I'm not going to say any more about the budget because I'll be here too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Canavan. Do you want to come back on that, Councillor Brown, or Councillor Cox, or shall we move on?
I can come back on that, Chair, if you'd like me to.
Go on then. Yeah.
Just to pick up those points, and I share Councillor Canavan's concerns about the sort of longer term consequences, and I suppose it's that sort of false economy question, isn't it? We don't want to sort of cut a provision, remove a provision, or change a provision that actually is a false economy, because it just means further down the line that there are, for example, carer breakdowns, or more people end up in more expensive placements in care homes, that sort of thing. I guess the only reassurance I can give him is that certainly the experience I've got of all the management within adult social care and the social workers, that they're incredibly experienced at doing this and actually finding budget savings year on year without those false economies. And we've looked at lots of areas within the adult social care budget to find other potential savings, potential different ways of working, and quite a few have been discounted because it's, well, actually, no, that's a preventative service and that supports the sort of prevention agenda or reablement agenda. We don't want to remove that because it will be a complete false economy, because it will come back to bite us. So the way that this authority and previous authorities have worked over many years is about finding those savings and efficiencies, but not making them false economies that come back to bite us in the future, because that's just going to make our lives and the lives of our residents more difficult in the long run. So that's the best sort of assurance I can give him on that we are taking into account the sort of longer term implications. The only other point I'd mention, I guess, on the day opportunities review savings, you'd note one of those, it's marked red in terms of they're marked red, amber, green within the budget saving pages, and it's marked red for a reason, because there's a risk to finding those savings, because it's subject to the outcome of the consultation and the cabinet decision in March. So depending on how what the cabinet decides and what the consultation tells us, then it could make it difficult to deliver some of those anticipated savings. So that's why it's marked red. I would just very quickly add to that the recent government announcement about the additional funding for local authorities also muddies the water in that, because it may be a case that some of that can be secured to actually to support that area. So those are all sort of discussions that are going on at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I'm going to come to Councillor Debman before I come back to Councillor Rice, just to see if her questions have been answered. Thank you, Councillor Debman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to put as a point of information, bearing in mind that many people don't know, I was a nursing home owner, a carer, and a carer for a demented patient as well, but also adult social care and health portfolio holder when we started this council. And I would like to assure Councillor Canavan, for example, that when we started this, it was nothing to do with budgets. It was to do with what is needed in the community, rather than, and I don't want to be rude to any councillor or any resident, but there was an element of thinking, I can park my my client, my mother, my whoever it is, in the daycare centre, and that is their job. It isn't. They're not even daycare centres, most of them. They are day centres where somebody goes to have a decent meal, all those things. And I think there's now a lot of obfuscation about this is a budgetary thing. I know that when the officers started this, and also when Jan Thing, come on, Sandra, what was her name? Right, Jan Thorogood, who was from Poole, when she started this routine, it was not about saving money. It was about what we do for the future, how we serve the residents and the carers. And I think that's rather been forgotten in some of the almost sort of rhetoric that is about this. So there is a lot going on, and I don't think it's all budgetary. The other thing is, as well, Councillor Canavan mentioned Moordown. Highcliffe Day Centre, not daycare centre, day centre, has been closed for, well, prior to COVID. And the people there, I mean, I don't like to say that Christchurch didn't need a day centre in Highcliffe. We are using the Christchurch one. It's working well. And the other thing is, and I'm sorry, David, to go on and, you know, get on your turf here, there are lots and lots of voluntary organisations that pick up this burden. So I think that we're getting a bit over emotional about the budget element of it.
Thank you, Councillor Tedman. Councillor Rice, would you like to come back, and then we're going to move on to Councillor Beasley? Thank you.
Yeah, just to say it's been a good discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Great. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I've got two observations to make around the budget papers, and I've then got three sets of questions, if I may, but I will try to keep them as brief as I can. So following on the theme of the previous topic, Councillor Tedman, have always referred to them as day centres, never as daycare centres. And I was just going to really put a plug in, as many others have, that when we've analysed our share of the £500 million, say it is 3.5 million in BCP, I do hope that day centres will be right at the top of that priority list. I was very interested to hear the comments from Councillor Brown with regard to false economies, and I believe that this very quickly falls into that category. I was listening carefully to Councillor Canavan, and I was thinking back to the Bournemouth Council days, because this whole issue, a little bit like the libraries, we've been there before at budget time on many occasions, and in the case of day centres, I've got a lot of sympathy for the points being made around Moordown. Indeed, we were instrumental in some of that work back in Bournemouth Council days. I would hate to see those closures taking place, because actually, in human terms, if not only financial, we will see a cost to the community. The second observation I wanted to make, Chairman, was about grant reductions to organisations that have funding support from the Arts Council. I made that declaration at the beginning of the meeting, partly for this reason. It's always been emphasised to me around the Arts Council that, and we always used to take notice of it in Bournemouth Council days, that the Arts Council funding will follow the lead given by the local authority. And if the local authority reduces funding, the Arts Council will reconsider its position, quite understandably, because the local authority itself is going back cap in hand to the Arts Council for funding, and necessarily will then reconsider it far more harshly. And one of the reasons I say that is because BCP Council is not what they term a priority place. And so there is a real risk as far as the Arts Council is concerned around funding, and that will include the BSO, it will include the Arts Festival by the Sea, and it will include anything else where the council is reducing its input, and the Arts Council will then reassess it. Not saying that because I'm going to try and influence that negatively, but that is their first position over council cuts to funding. And perhaps if offline the portfolio holder or indeed anybody else wants to discuss that part of it with me, I'm more than happy to do so. So, Chairman, the three areas of questions I wanted to ask. The first one is, in fact, the first two are around clause 141, summary of risk assessment. And there are two items in there that I'd like to ask questions about. The first is around legal claims, where the paper says numerous legal claims have been logged against the council. It doesn't say any more than that. So I would like to ask the question, what is the total value of these legal claims that have been logged against the council? I can't find those anywhere in the papers. And secondly, perhaps more to the point, is what amount is considered prudent to allocate as a provision, and where is it in the papers? So perhaps if I could ask officers to answer me those questions first, and I'll come to the next one after that, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Richards, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the two questions, there isn't a specific provision being made through this part of the report. What the report is doing is highlighting the risk associated with these legal claims. And in my overall section 25 assessment, I am, if like, coming to the conclusion that the reserves are just about adequate to cover all the risks set out within that report. But I think I am clear in my advice that we should take all opportunities to increase those reserves, however, those opportunities arise. And I think somebody earlier talked about the financial outturn. I think in my section 25 report, I'm suggesting that you would take the opportunity to increase your reserves first because of the level of reserves that we've actually hold as a council.
Thank you, Mr.
So, Chairman, before I go to my second question, could I just respond to that? Because I don't want to take issue with Mr. Richards, but that isn't really very helpful. The point has been made that these numerous claims have been logged against the council. We're here to scrutinise the budget, but we don't have any data on this item that has been raised in the papers on which to do it. That doesn't seem to me to be a transparent democratic process. I think we need that information so that we can make our own assessment outside that of the officers and the section 25 assessment. And perhaps Mr. Richards offline might like to reconsider that response, and perhaps we can have a conversation about it on a later occasion. It is something I feel particularly strongly about because we are here to defend the public interest, and if we haven't got the tools with which to do it, we are unable to do our job. And if we don't do it, who is going to do it? Nobody.
Can I just interrupt you? Can I just give Mr. Richards an opportunity to come back on that? Because it is quite a sweeping statement. A number of legal claims have been placed against it. I'm sure we do it as a matter of routine. Not anything of any real consequences there that concerns or should be of concern to members.
I suppose with regards to my section 25 report, what I have to highlight to members, is the various different kinds of risks that the council is facing, and hopefully you would agree, Chair, that report hopefully achieves that ambition in highlighting those risks. And from that overall summary of the risks, I then have to draw my conclusions. Now, clearly, I think, as I indicate within that section, going into a lot of details could be prejudicial in an open forum to the council's financial interests. So I'm quite reserved, in actually, putting that level of detail. However, I do meet Councillor Beasley on a regular basis as a shadow portfolio holder, and I'm quite happy to pick up the conversation at our next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, just for the avoidance of doubt, I'm not looking for lots of detail. I'm asking for 2 global figures, no detail whatsoever, at this stage anyway. The second item under the summary of risk assessment is about the accumulating DSG deficit. Now, I know, and we all know, that it's a very, very serious issue, but I think I need to say something briefly about it in terms of asking a question. I'm aware that a lot is being done by MPs across BCP, all behind the scenes, most of it directly with the Department of Education, and you expect that to be happening, and I'm absolutely certain it is. What I'd like to know is what is being done directly by BCP Council with the government, both to lobby them and particularly to help find a viable and sustainable solution to this problem, and also to extend the statutory override beyond 2025-26, because as we all know, come the 31st of March 2025, Mr. Richards will have a great deal of difficulty in being able to sign off the financial sustainability of the council for the following year from the 1st of April 2025 to the end of that financial year in 26. And with a general election looming, we are going to be in very serious jeopardy if we can't see any further ahead. So financial sustainability on the one hand, but the accumulating deficit, and that accumulating deficit, just to remind members, has now grown to the position where by the end of March next year, it's likely to be about £92 million and heading further north the following year. So my question is very much about, on top of what the MPs are doing, how that focus is coming through from the council direct to the department and to the government.
Is that for you, Councillor Cox, or?
Thank you. I'm glad to see that the MPs have finally got on board with realising that we have a problem here, because they haven't been engaged in this process at all, whereas BCP councillors of all colours have been engaged in this, and BCP council have been doing a huge amount of work in lobbying the government on our behalf. But I'm going to hand it over to hopefully Richard, who might be able to tell us a bit more about what BCP are doing.
Thank you, Chair. If I may add a small amount of input in this. I mean, firstly, I would agree that I'm very pleased to see local MPs now engaging in doing some work on this. It's been unfortunate that, to start with, there seems to be some misunderstanding. And I think the local MPs are now just realising partly what that misunderstanding is. As a council, we are engaging with discussions with government, we're engaging with discussions with the DFE. We're also engaging with discussions with other local authorities that are in a very similar situation, because we have to understand that this situation isn't exactly just BCP. We are slightly more vulnerable, as we've heard, because of our low reserves at this moment in time. Which puts us in a slightly more difficult situation than many of them. What we need, and the other, the date is also an issue, because the statute override expires on an unfortunate date, because if it expired the day after, of course, we would have another year to have those discussions. So we're looking for all possible ways of actually alleviating this problem that we're allowed to do, because of course at this moment in time we aren't allowed to use our reserves to pay it off. We are trying to get a service which is improving, and therefore we need to invest in that service. So to be honest, we are in a very difficult situation.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Armstrong put their hand up, and I believe that Graham Ferran, that's also our Chief Executive, is also online. Councillor Armstrong, can I come in, ask you to come in first, and then we'll come to our Chief Executive. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just a couple of things that I wanted to just comment on with regards to income generation and savings, and the role of the voluntary sector within that. So although I see throughout the budget papers reference to the voluntary sector engagement and the alluding to community asset transfer.
Councillor Armstrong, can I just interject? I don't think this is actually specific to the point that we're debating at the moment. Can I come back to you a bit later on, please? Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Please
thank
do.
you.
Thank
Chief Exec,
you.
please come in.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies, couldn't get off mute. Thank you. Just wanted to contribute to the answer to what is the council doing to lobby about the High Block and send expenditure. So members may or may not know, but I'm the Southwest Regional Representative on a group called the R9, which is 9 regional chief execs that meet with DLUX senior civil servants. It's currently monthly, was weekly. I think I raise this at just about every one of those conversations. I've also had conversations directly and personally with the Director of Finance in the Department for Levelling Up Homes and Communities, and also with the Director General responsible for local government relationships, and indeed with the Permanent Secretary. I keep it on the agenda with the LGA and the Southwest Chief Executives. The leader and I are also meeting later this week with the Local Government Minister and the Secretary of State separately, and I will make sure that we mention it there. In summary, certainly and I think the Council mentioned it at every single meeting we have with any representative of government. Adam and I and Sophie Bradfield met with the Best Value team that deal with the Best Value Improvement Notice last week. We raised it there as we raised it in the previous meeting. So we constantly raise the issue. My summary is simply that government has set some service standards out, has set them out in statute, and the budget is not big enough to fund the service that we're providing in the BCP council area. The Department for Education, went to an old DFE then. Department for Education's specialist advisors have told us that they believe that our plan is credible, realistic, and that they don't have any suggestions to improve it. So I think we're doing about the best job that we can, and we raise it at every single meeting that financially this is unsustainable. And of course, it's legitimate to raise it with all those representatives in DLUC, because if DFE stop the statutory override, then the council's overall finances come into question, and it therefore becomes a serious matter for DLUX, not just for Department for Education. So I thought that might help. Genuinely, every single conversation, I get this into it.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Beeson.
Thank you, Chairman. Just before I move on to my third and final question, I'm relieved to hear the Chief Executive explaining where we are in the process. As he will know, and as Councillor Burton and indeed the Leader of the Council will know, in the past I've tried to be not only helpful but supportive in this process. That goes back to the time when I was chairing Audit and Governance, and we've had correspondence on that and conversations about that. So just to try and draw the sting of any kind of politicking about this, that has always been my position, and it isn't about political point scoring as has been as we've heard evidenced earlier. It is about trying to get a solution to a really important problem, which unless we do, we will be in very serious financial trouble in the longer term. So that is my position, and that is my motive for raising it. And I encourage the Chief Executive to do what he has been doing and to do more of it as frequently as possible. My third question, Chairman.
Councillor Beasley, can I just stop you for just a moment, if it may? Councillor Waters, what's your point about the preceding point? Yeah. Could I just bring Councillor Waters in on that? Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, the last John's ONS, it turned out that the officers involved in this scheme hadn't heard from Conor Burns at all during this process. Richard, since then, has the officers heard anything from any of the other MPs? And I ask this because it might be pertinent to know if we've heard any other information from them as to their discussions with the government?
I know of no others at the moment. I know there has been some correspondence between the chief executive and which I would have.
Chief Executive, do you want to come in on that? Thank you.
So just to reinforce, as Councillor Burns just said, we've sent a response to Conor Burns. I have actually just got an email in from Tobias Elwood as well, which I'm just in the middle of putting a response together. But those are the two that have raised it with us.
Yeah, so as I was saying, I've only recently, just today, actually just this evening, had sight of that. So just explaining the situation so that the MPs do understand it better. If I may just respond to Councillor Beasley a moment ago, I totally agree with what you say about the politicising of children's services. Yeah, I do thank you for that, because that is something which concerns me a huge amount, because children are our vulnerable people, and we do need to work together on this. We need to search for solutions.
Thank you. It's incredible. I remember when the DSG thing started to go into deficit, and I think we started off with like £3 million or something, and we actually created a reserve specifically to cover it. And now look where it's grown over the years, probably 8 years or whatever it is, but I can't remember the period. But and here we are today with this huge astronomical deficit, with a problem created by government, and now government are expecting us to pick up the pieces and put it right. I think it's outrageous personally, but never mind about my opinion. Let's go back to Councillor Beasley.
We might not agree entirely on what you just said, but I think the essence of it is there. The third question that I have relates to some data in Appendix 3, and it's Figure 3, the application of one-off resources. It was mentioned earlier, but this is in the context of one particular line in there, which is detailed at I, contingency, and it's resources set aside to support in support of the potential for optimism bias in the £41 million of 2024-25 proposed savings. And the resources that have been proposed to be set aside amount to £5.654 million, which according to my calculations is 13.8% of the £41 million. So my question around this is, in terms of the council's budgeting process, I don't recall seeing a contingency against a single item, albeit that it is of some quantum, of such significance, 13.8%. And I'm concerned actually as to why we're seeing it in here at all. Because if we've got confidence over the delivery of the savings, it strikes me as being extremely likely that virtually all, if not all, of that contingency will remain unspent. So whether that goes back into unearmarked reserves or whether it gets spent on a council priority is a matter for the future, I suppose. But I am questioning the amount that's in there and the necessity for it. I'm always concerned with contingencies. I say that from a budgetary point of view. As a long-time resources portfolio holder, I would always edge against contingency because it brings slack into the system, it takes rigour out of the system, and it's an easy fallback if that rigour hasn't been effective. So I wonder whether in fact a contingency at all is necessary, and certainly one of that large proportion, Chairman.
Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Chair. If I can refer the councillor to Appendix 10, my Section 25 report, because alongside the complete list of savings and efficiencies, we have done a RAG rating of each individual saving, and I think we heard from Councillor Brown earlier with regards to potentially some of the ones in adult social care potentially being red rather than amber or green, or actually blue as in delivered. Alongside that, what we've also done is a risk score with regards to, on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely it is to achieve the saving from the 1st of April. And from that analysis, I've done an assessment that identified, for example, 39% by value, where the service is 100% certain that the savings will be delivered, i.e. risk score of 1. I've identified that 38% by value, 15.7%, where the service is reasonably confident the savings can be delivered on a risk score 2 to 6. And 23% by value, i.e. around about £9.6 million, where the service is less confident of delivery, i.e. risk score 7 to 10. So it's based on that risk-based approach that I believe that we need an additional contingency, because what we have to remember is £41 million of savings is 20% more than we've ever delivered or actually set out to deliver in any other year. And that other year I talk about is this current financial year, 23-24. And when we set a budget of £34 million of savings, 23-24, as the monitoring will show, we haven't achieved all those savings. So we need to be cautious. We need to recognise that there will be elements of optimism bias within those savings. And therefore it is reasonable to set aside, I believe, a contingency just in case we do not deliver that whole £41 million, because we haven't got the financial resilience, we haven't got financial health if we fail to deliver. And that's another reason why on the recommendations of the reports, we look to implement an expenditure freeze from the 1st of April 2024, if we fail to deliver that £41 million. Clearly, if we can assure members of Cabinet as officers that we delivered all that £41 million before the 31st of March, then that expenditure freeze doesn't need to come into force. But if we can't, the sheer number of different lines indicate the scale of the task in front of us, then we need to be cautious, because we haven't got financial resilience, we haven't got the reserves to fall back on if we fail to deliver £41 million worth of savings.
So, of course, it comes back to what I said earlier, and it's the rigour of the budgetary process that will have failed if that contingency has to be called upon. And I'm sure, Chairman, that your Overview and Scrutiny Board will come back on a later occasion and look again at the issue of contingency to see whether it was necessary, and if it did become necessary, whether the rigour of the budgetary process was satisfactory. I'll leave it there, Chairman.
Thank you. Before I go to, sorry, Councillor Cox.
Sorry, I wanted to come in there. I agree with Councillor Beasley that there needs to be rigour on all sides, particularly in the budget process, and that's why there is a separate contingency. Each of the directors are being held responsible for the savings, and they're being judged on those savings. The contingency is a completely separate fund, which is there to make sure of, as has already been said, some sort of optimism bias. When you try and plan, particularly this level of savings, they aren't going to all come in on day one. They're going to drip in, and as you can see from the current year, where we had a previously unprecedented £34 million worth of savings to achieve, it's not been possible to achieve all those savings, particularly over this current financial year. Some of them have taken longer to implement than others, and that's where we are. And this contingency effectively is effectively covering ourselves to make sure that we actually implement these savings in a safe manner.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Before I move on to Councillor Armstrong, I do have a question about the DSG deficit, and whilst we're on the subject, I thought I might just throw it at the juncture, and that is the financing of the deficit, which in your report I think you say is £3.9 million. My question is that then recharged to the deficit, and where does the money come from? Is it through borrowing, or does it come out of our revenue account?
Chair, so just to be absolutely clear, the council has to, in effect, all things being equal, borrow that money, and the cost of the borrowing is charged to general fund. Okay, it isn't charged to DSG, in the same way that any surpluses that once upon a time might have been created prior to 2019 on the GSG were credited to, to the GSG by way of the cash flow benefit. So it is something that we have to pick up the costs for, and it is something that I am very clear in those conversations with government that is a real impact to the services that this council delivers. It's £4 million for this year. At 5% interest rates, you can just imagine how that's going to escalate over the next few years, recognising that hopefully interest rates will be coming down. But yeah, significant cost and a significant impact on the services we deliver by having to finance that deficit.
Yeah, thank you for confirming that, Mr. Richards. I mean, when we talk about deficit that's been parked, actually, there's a really material effect on the budget because of the charges, the borrowing charges to finance that deficit, and it's significant. The difference there is huge. Our paddling pools and our nurseries and all the other things. We'd have to pay that. Maybe we wouldn't have to cut those services. Mr. O'Connell, thank you.
Chair, I just wanted to make the point that the fact that the council has benefited in the past by having positive cash flow on DSG is not a justification for the council having to fund the negative cash flow on DSG. That is a new burden, and the government has been quite clear over a number of years that any new burdens will be fully funded.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes. Okay. Councillor Armstrong. Yeah, I am mindful of the time. I suspect we're probably going to have another 5-minute break shortly, and I think we'll probably do this after Councillor Armstrong has spoken. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. It's reading through all the budget documentation, noticing that there's reference to voluntary sector engagement with the community, and there's also alluding to the community asset transfer possibilities. And I just want to express a bit of disappointment, really. I mean, having sat on the working group for the transformation programme, that the work stream that was around community and developing partnership was placed there, but then was taken off. It's not there anymore. And I think given how we've seen the voluntary sector deliver in the most incredible of circumstances, how quickly they were able to scale up and support communities during COVID, despite seeing a massive cuts to Community Action Network funding. My request would be for us to look again at how we work with community sector and partnerships, and to look again at something like some kind of local impact fund that we could develop with the voluntary sector and with corporate partnerships and partners at local regional levels to look at how perhaps, what are the possibilities of us being able to deliver through those other avenues that perhaps we haven't fully explored as yet. So it's just a comment, really. Thank you.
So, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Earle, are you still online?
I am, yes. Hello.
And I think this probably falls within your remit. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a really interesting comment, Zara. And I'm not particularly familiar with where this sits within transformation and the transformation working group, because I'm not on the working group. But just to reassure you from my point of view, that is absolutely the ambition. We have to, and it's for me, it's difficult because we don't want to rely on voluntary sector organisations without also supporting them to actually provide what we want them to provide. And I think that's where you can get my reassurance that I will, I've been working with those sectors for a really long time, and I understand the challenges that those organisations have and how we can try and make transition as easy as possible. And I would absolutely agree. I think there are so many organisations that do things better than we do as a local authority, and we need to just enable them to be able to do that and give them the tools and the resilience and things like community asset transfer. You know, we've been learning through that process to begin with, but I'm really excited about the outcomes there and what we can achieve for all sorts of communities, and then where it goes from there with all sorts of different resources that we have. And just to reassure Councillor Dedman, don't worry, we're not going to take the allotments from Christchurch and give them to organisations, but I think there is something that we want to do in terms of facilitating bringing the community in and allowing them to have a bit more say in the assets in their own areas.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong, are you content?
I would like to see community and partnerships back on the agenda in terms of transformation as a key part of that process, not only in just supporting us to take forward those different work streams in that programme, but also in helping to find solutions to delivery gaps. But yeah, thank you, Millie, for that response.
Thank you. Members, I think we'll have a 5-minute break now. We go for nearly a couple of hours. Looks like we've probably going to go on for a bit longer, but okay, 5 minutes from now. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Keddy, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking for some clarity around items flagged for full cost recovery in Appendix 5A, the savings schedules. Particularly well-known and iconic sites within the area flagged under the commercial operations section. As a financial layperson, would it be possible to explain the full meaning of full cost recovery, how it applies to Highcliffe Castle, Queen's Park Golf Course, and the other key sites? What happens if costs aren't recovered? And what are the time scales for full cost recovery to be reached at these sites?
Thank you, Councillor Keddy. Councillor Cox?
Yeah, yes, the full cost recovery basically means that it covers its cost. So any costs associated with, organising the Highcliffe tea rooms, anything to do with the golf club. I mean, the golf club has been losing money for years, which is absolutely ridiculous that the ratepayers of this BCP have been subsidising golf players, and it's it can't continue. So that's one thing we've specifically said is that they have to produce at least a zero balance, and hopefully contribute. To use Councillor Broadhead's analogy, we should be making a profit out of the golf course, frankly, and really we should be making a profit out of the Highcliffe Castle. But at least we should be getting our costs back. So that's what that means. As to what happens if it doesn't, that's yet to be decided.
That is an ominous note to end on.
But what we can't do is continue to allow them to have a loss.
Okay, so we're talking about it washing its own face.
Yeah.
I have a second question. Thank you. Also, within the savings schedules, as was alluded to by my colleague, are a number of items that have been flagged for community asset transfer or community management. I have struggled to find the definition of how the community asset transfer process will be facilitated and resourced, whether there is actually a stated process for community asset transfer. Is there a particular directorate and budget that community asset transfer will fall under? And I'm particularly interested in the accountability for the management of the transfer of these assets to the community. Thank you.
I think communities is probably Councillor Earl.
I'm very happy for Councillor Earl to answer that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question, and I think it's something that we're in the process of learning at the moment. So the community asset transfer policy has been created, and there have been some sites looked at, and the organisations who are interested are going through that process at the moment alongside our legal team, as well as the services that currently hold those assets, and with the communities team to facilitate. The policy is now under review because it's really been set up as a bit of a trial run. So then the communities team are now reviewing it alongside the estates and legal teams to see what could have been better, what could be improved, and to try and work out how to make it as easy as possible for organisations, because you're absolutely right. We want it to be a really thorough process that offers community organisations and charities longevity with that asset and security, and knowing that it won't be the rug won't be pulled under their feet, which is what we could, which kind of avoids the lease issue. So yeah, it's just being reviewed at the moment, and then we'll be in a position to roll out that policy a lot wider to look at some of those other community assets, and see what our amazing charities and organisations can do.
Thank you.
Could I just summarise?
Go on then.
So there is a community asset transfer policy under development. It's under review, and the community teams is the communities team is working on that. That's the line of development and accountability. Am I right that the communities team is also scheduled for reductions as part of the budget?
Yeah, so the communities team actually had a huge amount of reductions in under the previous budget, and during that time, sorry, Councillor Bartlett, just to give some context, we were challenging that, and our alternative budget tried to save the community development side of it. So they've already suffered a lot. We've lost a lot there. We've taken the decision in our budget to prioritise the community part of the communities team, which focuses on community development. So these are individuals who work in our communities, particularly our deprived communities, closely with them to try and improve things, all sorts of things. You know, our communities team do a huge range of different functions. It's the community engagement area, which is which in this budget we're looking at potentially reducing again, and so that doesn't affect the community asset transfer policy, because that's actually more within the wider communities team and within community development.
Thank you, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Earl.
Thank you. Councillor Northover.
Thank you. I was interested in finding out more about the school crossing plans under infrastructure. I wondered, it's a bit more detailed. Oh, yeah. So it says about replacing with 24/7 crossings. I wondered if we could find out more about what that means. It says after member approval. I didn't know if that meant local members or who those members would be who would approve things. Some already have a 24-hour, 24/7 crossing and a school crossing person. So will those just have their crossing person removed, which I assume would make it less safe for the children, because otherwise we wouldn't have them there. And then I'm worried about how this is affecting school streets, because there's one I can think of where we've spent a lot of money on school streets that we heard all about in the other scrutiny committee last week, all about that good work. But if we can't even if the kids can't get to the school street, we're kind of undoing a huge amount of work and money spent. So I'd just like to hear more about that. And then I've got a couple more questions as well, please.
See, Councillor Hadley has come on the line. Are you going to answer this one? Is that why you've put your hand up?
Yes, I'm happy to, Chair, if you like.
Yep, please do. Yeah, thanks.
Obviously, this is a shared responsibility with Councillor Earl, but I'm giving her voice a rest because she's answered quite a few other questions. So there has been a programme over some years in looking at school crossing patrols and replacing them with the appropriate sort of crossing. So either a zebra, a pelican, whatever is deemed to be the right crossing based on the nature of the road, how busy it is. And they work around the clock and around the year. So when kids are in after school activities or in half term or in the holidays, they are there. When our school crossing patrol people are not. And I know that, you know, and I know because Longfleet School near me was one of the ones that was changed not so long ago. They're much loved having those people there to an adult to help the kids cross the road, to engage with is really valued by the communities. But it's unfortunately, you know, in aggregate, it's a reasonable amount of money, and we need to look at that from a cost perspective, but also in terms of what happens outside of those core school times. And they're also a facility for the general public, so they're also useful for adults and others. In terms of the school streets, our school streets, we're working with Sustrans in particular on delivering those, and with a lot of volunteers. So sometimes it's the caretaker, sometimes it's volunteers that are providing the support to the school streets. That is something we want to continue. We want to expand. It doesn't really conflict with this program, but it does need people in order to enact it and make it happen. And once we make those measures permanent, then obviously part of the design for making them permanent would be to look at how we can do that with the minimum intervention, because obviously maintaining volunteers is an ongoing challenge, as we've heard in some of the other areas. It's something we want to encourage, but we also recognise there are limitations to that.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley.
Yeah, so if there is if there's a school crossing person at a set of traffic lights, will they just be made redundant?
I think the road safety team would say that we would look carefully at the location, and in many cases, if the crossing can operate safely without a person pressing the button on behalf of the children, then they would be removed. But if it's felt that they are necessary to carry on, it needs to be on a site-by-site basis. They're so varied in terms of the nature of the school, the nature of the roads that the kids have to cross, and how we can support that. But yes, potentially we would be looking to remove the member of staff.
Yep. My next question is about the equality impact assessment, because the way it's been done is the whole budget has been put into one equality impact assessment, but I don't think it's adequate in covering all of the detail of all of the huge, some things are going to affect certain groups in quite a big way, and that detail has not been picked up in the equality impact assessment, because it's not always looking at the same things. So it's saying, reduced council tax might help, will help everyone, or it's not going into the detail, for instance, of the fact that children will be affected by school crossing potentially. It does though pick up that under whether or not you're married, the cost of that would go up. So like that is odd that's been picked up, but not say the impact on children or the huge impact potentially of libraries. So I don't think that it's actually been done properly, and I don't think it meets our public sector equality duty.
That's a very interesting view. Is there anybody here? Melise, nodding your head. Is that an agreement to answer this question? Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation there. I wasn't volunteering an answer, but what you've said, Lisa, is really interesting. And actually, I think you're right. There is work to do around each of these areas to see where the impact is. I don't know how it works in terms of the public sector equality duty and whether we do need to risk assess every single decision. But you're right, looking at it, it doesn't go into the detail of each of those individual lines of cuts, and actually wondering what the impact will be on any particular group.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I mean, one wonders if you could actually cover all the issues in a budget report, but when those decisions are implemented, whether then it's analysed again in that context. I don't know what the process or procedure would be for that, but one would imagine that before a decision is implemented, it will have some kind of assessment. Oh, we have somebody, sorry.
I can come on this. It's my team that helped with the equality impact assessment. So yes, there's been a summary one done for the budget, which is based on the initial ones that we were working on for each individual line. Of course, as each line develops and this budget is agreed, those impact assessments are living documents and they will continue. But the overall summary that you see in the report is based on the information we have from those individual lines.
Because I think my understanding is how they're meant to be done is that it's meant to be that we can see the impact before. So this is the point where we need that detail. So that's my understanding of how we meet. That's the point of the whole thing, is to do it that way around.
I think it's really difficult. It's a really difficult balance to achieve, because to have every single equality impact in this report would make it incredibly long. So that's why you have the summary. And when individual savings come to whichever decision making process they need to, there will be a quality impact assessment with those.
It was just going back to Councillor Cox earlier saying about discovering. I feel like we keep discovering things that we're losing money, and you know, like things that ought to be commercial things, and it turns out we're subsidising. Have we found them all, and how can we know if we've actually found them all? Will we be discovering more next year?
The advantage we've got at the moment is that we've got a new finance system, F&O, which allows us to detail a lot more precisely than we have done in the past, exactly what's losing money and what's not losing money. So I would hope that we have identified all the loss-making ones. Be very upset if we hadn't. But sometimes you know, an operation may be making money for a few years and then lose money. So we've got to keep a close eye on it as to what happens in the future. But I would hope that we have identified most of them.
You. Okay, Councillor Bacon, you next. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, so I've got three questions and one observation. So my first two questions are about the recommendations that so they're on page 3-4. So on page 4, recommendation B talks about freeze of all non-essential expenditure until the Corporate Management Board have provided Cabinet members with assurance that the budget savings have been delivered. So I just wanted to ask what that actually means. So in terms of what do we mean by non-essential expenditure, and how will we know that the savings have been delivered until we actually come to the end of the year, which means, are we actually freezing non-essential expenditure for the whole year, or are we only freezing it until it's been assured that they're going to be delivered rather than they're actually delivered? So I'd just like an answer to that first.
Yeah, good question. You may have noticed that actually in the current year, in September, we decided to freeze current expenditure, essential expenditure, in order to make sure that we had a surplus at the end of the current year, because it was because of the challenging savings targets that we had. And I'd remind everybody that there was amongst the 34 million pounds was 6.7 million pounds, which was completely unidentified. So it was quite a challenge, and that's why we imposed it in the first place. What we wanted to do with doing it from the beginning of the financial year was to make sure we gave ourselves a head start rather than waiting 6 months to see how things were going. We wanted to give ourselves a head start and make sure that we were on target, and that's the reason for that. As soon as we feel comfortable that those savings targets can be achieved, then obviously we'll release it as soon as possible. Hopefully that answers your question.
What I was asking was what actually do we mean by non-essential expenditure? How's that defined?
With regards to this process, as the portfolio holders said, we've had these kind of mechanisms in place before, and we've got very clearly defined protocols and procedures that help us guide us, because what we know as a council, we often refer to statutory and non-statutory, but we know it's not as easy as that. We know, for example, with regards to library services, we've had the conversation that actually there is an element of statutory around the library service, but you don't have to provide all the services and all the libraries that we're doing under that requirement. So there is an element of judgment call of officers and budget holders with regards to that process, and we give them guidance, to help them in that assessment. But clearly, responding to unequivocal, statutory requirements around looked after children's and providing support to adults, is clearly going to be outside of that requirement. Everything else, we're asking budget holders to challenge themselves. Is it really essential? And do you really have to do it now? But as a portfolio holder said, if we can, as an officer core, provide Cabinet with assurance that these savings have been delivered before the 31st of March, then potentially, this recommendation doesn't actually have an impact, because by the 31st of March, we can say, look, we've done everything in our power to deliver these savings. They're all going to be delivered on the 1st of April. Yes, some of them might be subject to things outside of our control, but we've done everything we should have done by the 1st of April. Then potentially that that recommendation doesn't actually need to apply. However, history would say, and we've already had the conversation tonight, that there is an element of risk around a number of these savings. There's issues around potential timing, and we've just got to recognise that, because as I said before, we haven't got £41 million worth of headroom. So we do need to put in these kind of mechanisms and the contingencies we spoke about earlier to ensure that we don't end up in some of the kind of spaces that we've heard other local authorities are faced with at this moment in time.
Okay, my second question is on point C. So the Cabinet are recommending to Council that it's delegated to these people listed here to allocate any additional resources. Now, I thought I heard somebody say we would know what the additional resources were before the full council, so that means we wouldn't need to delegate it. But if that's not the case, then if we are delegating this to these people, I know that we were asked if we had any ideas. I hope that all councillors will be asked if they have ideas where these things should be spent. And also, I hope that we won't only be looking at the consultation, because that only covered half of the things. So I really just wanted to ask, can you clarify about the timescales there? Is this something that's going to happen after full council or before full council?
So, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, if we can just maybe come back in with regards to this recommendation. The problem when we put in this recommendation, we recognised is that it's outside of our control as to when government will actually give us the information. So we're providing for that eventuality. As it sort of seems to have developed, no sooner had I issued this report to Democratic Services last Wednesday morning, but last Wednesday afternoon, Michael Gove stood up and made an announcement that indicated we're going to get additional resources. So I think I indicated earlier, the way I think we're hoping for it to play out is that we'll get the final local government finance settlement for 24-25, hopefully next Monday, but please, don't hold me to that. If we get it then, Cabinet are already, as Mike said earlier, going through that listening mode, and today is an important part of that process to come up with potential adjustments to that budget as it currently stands, for consideration by Cabinet, so you can have a strong recommendation from Cabinet, with regards to what the budget for 24-25 looks like. Last year it was just unfortunate it didn't quite come in time when it did very something similar. So you had the situation where the administration was amending its own budget, which is always a bit awkward.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can I just come in and reiterate what Adam just said, and say that we seriously welcome any recommendations that anybody has, particularly political groups, and so I think proverbially my door will be open to anybody in this period to come and talk to me as to what changes they would like to see included. Obviously we're going to look at the residents' consultation first, and then we're opening up. Obviously this committee were looking to see what recommendations you might make, but also in respect of all the political parties and none. My door is always open to listen.
Okay, my third question is quite short, but possibly quite controversial. Given whilst understanding that none of the mess that we are in and none of the problems that we're having with finance is any fault of any councillor here, I still recognise that we are in a very difficult situation, making difficult decisions. So I just wanted to ask whether we feel it's right that we should be increasing councillors' allowances.
Councillor Cox?
Councillors' allowances are being increased along with all members of staff in the same way as all members of staff. Personally, I've seen councillors put in huge amounts of work on behalf of this councillors and shouldn't actually be, they shouldn't be penalised for being a councillor. I understand your sentiment, but I think it would be a wrong decision, a retrograde step, if councillors did that.
Okay, thank you. I just have one more thing that I want to bring up, and this is really the thing that I've been most unhappy about to do with this budget, and that is to do with the way that the consultation was held. And I think maybe this is a more general thing that maybe we need to take away and look at in terms of how we do consultations as a whole. But I do feel that in this particular case with this consultation, we went out and asked the public about a list of things that we had as proposed things that we were thinking of cutting. We were already thinking of cutting all of those things that were on that list. And then we asked them which ones they cared about, knowing full well that we'd probably have to cut them all. And then when we came to have the budget presented to us, we had more than twice as many things as were on that list that were presented to us as things that would need to cut. Now, I think that maybe if we were learning something from this, maybe we could think about next time if something like this were happening. When we go out to a consultation, maybe we should have more things on the list than we're actually going to cut, so that there's some choice, so that when people come back and say, yes, these things are more important to us, we can actually have the leeway there to listen to them and to actually save some of those things. So I think that our management of people's expectations could have been better in the way that we did that consultation, in that not just asking about all the things that we knew we were going to cut anyway. And I think that there is a feeling amongst some of our residents that they don't really feel quite as listened to. And I think we do listen to them a lot more than they think. But the trouble is, when we do a consultation like this, it just backs up that view that we're consulting them and then we're going to do it anyway. So I would say that we shouldn't beat ourselves up about it, but we should learn some lessons from how we did this consultation and think about how in future we could manage people's expectations and give them the information of what the situation is, rather than making them feel that they can actually change it when they couldn't.
Thank you. I think Councillor Aikenhead raises a good point there, because, for example, the two most items commented again in the public consultation was against 70% against paddling pool cuts and 60% against libraries. Yet those cuts are still there. So what's the point of going out to consultation if you're not going to take any notice of them? And it doesn't say very much for the consultation process. Now, I heard what Councillor Cox says earlier on. He said he would be taking into account the views of the consultation in addressing the extra money that's now come in. So that was good. I'm really delighted to hear that. But presumably we'll take note of the things that the residents have complained the most about. Councillor Hadley wants to come in. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just on, if I may, just on the paddling pools. From the start, we were looking to try and get them into community transfer, and it is a reflection, and several councillors have alluded to it earlier on today, about the amount of work that our officers have been doing, but also that we've been doing as councillors in trying to support that. And we have succeeded in finding a solution for 2 of the 3 paddling pools, and we are listening to the fact that the public are really concerned about them, but they are expensive to maintain. We have to maintain the water quality 3 times a day, and make sure that they are safe for children to play in. So we are listening, and I think we are trying to do what we can to respond.
I'm very pleased to hear that, Councillor Cox. Thank you.
Thank you. I completely agree with you in terms of managing people's expectations. You're absolutely right that the amount that went into consultation was probably a fraction of what was in the budget in the end. But actually, a lot of what was in the budget in the end is to do with people's jobs, and actually we can't go out to consultation on people's jobs, because I'm sure you'll agree with us that it's quite important that we talk to the people first and talk to the unions. And so we shouldn't be doing stuff without talking to them first, and without proper consultation of the people involved. And that's been fundamental to where it's been done. But I completely accept the criticism. There's certainly a management of expectations that we can take forward. But we have already listened to the public in terms of the consultation, as Andy quite rightly said. I think it's 3 out of the 4 paddling pools we've sorted out, and we've just got one to go, and we're still working on that one. So we are working hard to make sure that the effects of these cuts are as little as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Darling, I apologise for not calling you in earlier on when you indicated. If you want to catch up with that now, but I'll call on you now.
So that's fine. I'm going to be as quickly as I can. Firstly, consultation is not a referendum. I'll make that point. It's nice, but it's we are consulting and not referring to. Secondly, in response to Councillor Kelly, the point I was going to come back on, I probably should have declared an interest. I am involved with a charitable group, although I'm not a member of that charitable group yet. I will be fairly soon, and that's the Hengistbury Head Outdoor Centre, which is going to be taking a community asset transfer of some sort, the details of which I'm not quite sure what it's going to be yet, but it's probably going to be secured on the lines of a long-term lease for a peppercorn rent. From BCP to the charitable society. The first question I've got is actually slightly parochial. I'm also a town councillor, and I notice in the page 41 about CSAS officers that CSAS officers are being withdrawn from all but the town centre. We have just, as a town council, agreed to fund a CSAS officer. And we have raised our precept by a massive 54% as a town council. So yet again, Christchurch is going to be the most expensive place to live in BCP. And I don't take a great deal of pride in that, but one of the things we're also doing is we're going to be taking over our splash park. The splash park, I think, as a town council, we'll probably want to keep. So probably not go back to BCP. However, when the finances return and CSAS officers are being redeployed around the rest of BCP, I request that Christchurch is not overlooked or thought that we are providing a CSAS officer in Christchurch, which has been invaluable, and our residents have said they very much welcome the work done by our CSAS officers at reducing antisocial behaviour, but that at the same time, so if Paul and other parts of Bournemouth get their CSAS officers back, we would wish that Christchurch also gets their CSAS officers funded, and that's a question to Councillor Coxon.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, I completely agree with you that it would be wrong for Christchurch to not be given the resources that other parts of BCP are, and I think that raises a really, really interesting question, and maybe something for scrutiny or overview as to because we've got parish councils in certain areas that actually they could be losing out if funding is. And I'll give you a classic example: is the splash parks. is if we decided, we're not deciding, but if we did decide to keep going the one that remains ourselves, then why are we paying for a Bournemouth splash park to be continued rather than having the good people of Christchurch pay for theirs? So that there is a problem there, and I think that needs to be resolved between us all, you know, as councillors, as to how we go about making sure that's even. But I would also stress at the moment there are still differences in the way that some areas of BCP are treated, and a classic example, and one which actually is a bugbear for me, even though I don't live there, is that Poole don't get any food recycling, and I think that's wrong, and because Bournemouth and Christchurch do, and why are they getting a worse service and paying the same council tax? So I think harmonisation of council services across the board is important, but also paying for them should be done fairly.
Thank you. And my last point is really in response to something that Councillor Bartlett raised and alluded to by Mr McKinstry regarding legal claims against the council. I too would, and it's a shame Councillor Bartlett's gone, I agree with him that the information of those legal claims is, I think, very, very key. So is he still here? No, sorry, Councillor Beasley, so Councillor Bartlett. Or Bees to me. Apologies. Yeah, I owe you one for that. And I'm aware of one potential that may have been raised, but this applies to many different ones. That as a local authority, and the local authority's indemnities for members and officers' orders 2004, that the council indemnifies members against legal costs. But under section 6, it says no indemnity may be provided under this order in relation to or any action or failure to act by any member if it's the result of recklessness on the part of that member. I'm concerned that that where members have been perhaps acting recklessly and not taking professional advice, that they should be liable for the actions rather than the council. I will raise this further with our monitoring officer, but I should ask that in order to protect us from this, should we perhaps have better training for councillors as part of the training to avoid some of these legal risks? Thank you.
Well, we do have head of democratic services here this evening. I don't know if you want to comment on this, or it's something we can take outside the meeting and get an answer to you.
Chairman, if I can just say the matter is with the monitoring officer, so I don't think it's appropriate for the committee.
Thank you. Is there anything else, Councillor Darling? No, thank you. Is it in relation to this? Thank you.
You were discussing the community asset transfer of the Quam Splash Park to Christchurch Town Council. I'm curious as to which other park has been subject to an asset transfer. Which splash park?
I'm not aware of the detail of the others, Councillor Cross. I know there's one at Hanworthy, isn't
there? Hanworthy one has been taken over by a local group. And the Moordown one has been taken over by BH Live, or will be
BH Live.
Yeah,
this is the one at Littledown.
Yeah, Littledown.
So, sorry, Littledown, not Red Hill.
Yeah, not Red Hill.
Not Red Hill. No. Red Hill's the one that we has yet to be.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
And funding for.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, of course, you know, going back to the point you raised, Councillor Christchurch has the choice because it does have a town council about taking on an asset, whereas Bournemouth doesn't because we don't have a town council. We have to rely on the council, so we don't really have a choice. Councillor Dedman.
Good for Christchurch, Chairman. I wanted to pick up on mention of the consultation, which I totally agree with. And I mean, I think it was mentioned that it was a consultation, not a referendum. Well, I remember a referendum not so long ago, which was 84% said no. And here we are. I'm sorry, I just couldn't resist bringing it back up. But I feel about consultations, the Mandy Rice Davis quote. Well, he would say that, wouldn't he? So often people say something, and you think, well, obviously they were going to say that. I think there was a question, wasn't there, in it about, would you like your council tax raised a bit higher, or do you want the lower version? Yes. Well, what are you going to say? I'm not in any way criticising whoever put that consultation together. I want to go back to the really bad way we've all been treated for years, councils, by central government. And I think that's been appalling over the years. Everybody's talking about change of government. Well, we'll see, won't we? But I mean, for example, an increase in the living wage cost us 12.4 million before we start doing anything else. So, you know, the funding has been well, we're in despair, I think. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was that there are a few little bits and pieces about harmonisation in here. I won't go back to the referendum. It seems odd to put this in at such a late date about, well, we could have got more council tax if we'd done this, that and the other. We are where we are. And but in other things, in the services, that really should have already happened. We've had how many years? 5, 6? We should have got that sorted. And also, and you'll be pleased, Chairman, I think this is my last bit. No, I'm going to mention Highcliffe Castle. That's another thing. It needs picking up and making it to pay. And the only problem with that is that we took money from English Heritage and now we're stuck. So, you know, that's a difficult one. But the other thing, back to harmonisation, I'm amazed on page 78 to see that Poole and Bournemouth are going to follow Christchurch and have the street lights turned off at midnight. I had no idea you didn't. So we're in darkness at midnight and you're all brightly lit. So yeah.
It's we, Councillor Deadman. We. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Are we finished now? Thank you. We've got the two chairs of the other two overview and scrutiny committees, and we've invited them this evening so they could reflect the views of their members regarding this budget, otherwise they wouldn't have had an opportunity to comment on the budget paper. So I'm going to come to Chris Rigby, who's the chair of the Environment Place ONS committee, to put his. I will then ask Patrick Kavanagh to do that for the adults and health ONS. And then last but not least, it would be my opportunity. Oh, okay. Oh, apparently Bobby Dove, who I didn't think was going to be here, is here. Who is the chair of the Children's Overview and Scrutiny. She's online. I think she'll probably want to come in. And then last but not least, there will be me, who has yet to ask a question on the budget. Thank you. And I'm going to. So if we've got time, yeah. So, Chris.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for the invite as well to be able to represent the Environment and Place ONS board. I'll try and be a bit brief. A few of the points which I've had have been covered throughout the rest of the board, which hopefully means this will be slightly earlier for us all. But just an overall comment on this, just to add my voice to how well put together this report's been and how clear it's been to read, which might have been your first mistake, because I've understood it for the first time and have a lot more questions. So it's a brutal budget. Let's be honest. No, I don't think it's been said tonight that this is really difficult. These are bigger cuts than we've ever had to make across BCP, and I wish I shared your optimism, Councillor Tarlin, that there'll be funding coming back for CSAS officers in Christchurch. You know, maybe there will, but we've only seen the resources which you've got in the budget going one way in the 5 years I've been here, and I'm hopeful that we'll start seeing it go the other way. But at the moment, I don't unfortunately share your optimism. Just quickly to get to the questions that I've got on this. There's a few lines I'm going to stick particularly to what's covered by the Environment and Place to make this a little bit easier. So I've got a line in the budget: additional resource to climate change to get another £452,000 worth of funding to bring the total project value up to 1 million as a one-off funding. And then there's another line later in the marketing comms and policy line, which is for climate, which is 283,000. So just for clarity, is that 283,000 the base budget going forward for climate, and it's a one-off project budget which will be available for climate projects? Is that right? That'd be my first question. I don't know if you want me to just keep going or you want to come back.
Yeah, let's take that question first.
Yeah.
Is that Adam? Can you answer that?
Excuse me, I'm sucking the cough sweetie at the same time. Very rude of me. Just to highlight, the budget does make resources available to bring the earmarked reserve to cover the project budget up to £1 million. So that is there. The other line, what page is the other line on? Sorry.
73, 3. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, page 73.
Yeah, just give me a second. Yeah, so that's the base budget for the climate change team, Isla's team. Yeah.
Great, thank you. The next question I've got is on page 75. Again, it's in the saving schedule. It's under the housing and communities thing where we've got service reductions, and it's got a line in it which says reduce non-operational administrative community safety functions to minimal statutory requirements. And I'm wondering what the minimum statutory requirement is and what we're actually doing now that's above the minimum statutory duty. So what are we going to be losing through making that saving?
To be honest with you, Chris, I have no idea. So I don't know if the portfolio holder for housing is on. Yes.
I'm happy to take an answer
Can I-
outside
can I
the
come
meeting.
back-
That's
come
cool.
back to you?
Yeah. It's just so I can understand the lines and exactly where the impact's going to be. And you may say the same thing about the next question I've got, which is on page 77, and it's a little bit of a weird one. It's line ES1 environment, and it's the waste disposal one-off. There's a one-off saving shown of 1.25 million for this upcoming budget, and then a pressure of 1.25 million next year. So is it just a delayed payment for something?
Thank you.
So the answer is yes, in the sense that the 24-25 budget allows us to draw down £1.25 million, which is based on the work that the team have done with regards to the various contracts. And under some of those contracts, we had some special arrangements in place with regards to payments in advance and all that, those kind of issues, and the reconciliation and change of contractors. Through all that process, what they believe is that there's a very strong case that we can release £1.25 million, but that's a one-off. So you get a credit 1 year and then you have a debit the following year. And that, overall it's zero on an ongoing basis, but you've had that one-off gain.
Okay, thank you. I think I get that. And the final question, and this was covered a little bit earlier before by Councillor Keddy, so it might be one for Councillor Earl, and it's just with the secured closures of, for example, the paddling pools and community asset transfers, which you were talking about earlier. How long is proposed for these to go through? Because I mean, for community groups to potentially form and set up kicks or whatever they need to do, I was wondering about the support that would be available for them to set something in place, and not just that initial handover, but the ongoing support to make sure that if we are handing things over as a community asset, that's actually going to continue and not fall into disrepair and not fall into a state where it wouldn't be running anyway and we actually end up losing an asset rather than the community gaining an asset. Sorry, that's it.
Yeah,
I was waiting to be invited by the chair.
yeah, please, yes, please go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Rigby. So the community asset transfer policy and process doesn't have a particular time limit on it, and the reason for that is because different organisations are at different stages in their ability really to do the work behind that, so that they can take it on. They are supported. It is that there is an element of negotiation there as well in terms of working out what the best arrangements would be, in terms, the terms of it and that kind of thing. So it's not something where you can say it's definitely this amount of time, because it takes a while to get to that stage where we're ready to agree the terms of that transfer. What I would say is we do have an amazing communities team in the council, and who have a real understanding, I think, of our communities, and also the needs of our communities. So the communities team, I'm really confident in their work around this, where it does actually, community asset transfer does fall a little bit on the service, and that's something which in the review, so if it's the service who hold the asset and take the organisation that's interested through that initial stage, and it might be something that changes in the review, but it's just about finding what works best, and hopefully we're working with the Community Action Network on reviewing that policy and the experiences of the organisations involved in that initial tranche, and with that feedback we'll be able to strengthen the policy, and make sure that it's transferable and works for all groups that are interested in coming forward about a particular asset.
Thank you. Just to come back on that one thing, I think you can probably see where I'm going with my concerns over the length of time and that. But what the concern is if we've got these assets which you wanted to transfer over and they're not breaking even or washing their face, whatever we want to call it, and we move to secured close of them, that if that's the case and they go out of use and they start to fall into more of a state of disrepair, which makes it more difficult for the community to take on, obviously we're getting it off our books, but we're creating a problem further down the line. I mean, my direct experience would be in Wards one with Winton Library Gardens, which were closed years ago under Bournemouth Council, and we managed to get reopened and are going through the process of creating a community garden, which has taken a long time to get that work done. I worry that we'd be too quick to try and move these off our books as part of the budget, and that we don't give them a fair fighting chance to become real valuable assets within the community. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Sorry, did you want to come back on that, Millie?
Just to really just reassure Councillor Rigby that is absolutely a concern. I think it's probably the biggest risk in community asset transfer, and we know that other places that are looking at CAT and have sort of implemented those policies do try and mitigate. But I think you're right in terms of it comes down to what the organisation want to use it for, and this isn't going to be a case of ditching a headache onto a community group and watching it fail. I think we need to be really realistic in what we're asking community groups to do, and making sure that whatever we want an asset to become with a community group, that it is sustainable. So I think it will be on a case-by-case basis. There's also questions around whether we do want to do lease, long-term lease, freehold. What does an asset transfer look like, and what is the most appropriate for the organisation that we're passing over to? But yeah, absolutely, it's something that's on my mind, and it is a risk. But what we can do is work with our communities team to try and mitigate that as much as possible and make it as successful as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor Canavan, did you want to come over and put the views of your committee?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to say anything more about consultation because I think that point has been covered. I've been somewhat
blunter in my assessment of how I feel about the consultation than Councillor Aitken has. And I'm not going to say anything either about Boscombe, because I shall get another opportunity at Cabinet to make my views known about the approach this administration is taking towards community in Boscombe. And I've asked the questions I think I need to ask about adult social care, but I just wanted to raise one point which I just do not believe is covered anywhere in this budget. And that's the whole issue of well-being, the well-being of our community and the whole concept of public health. One of the drivers of adverse public health is deprivation. And I don't believe we are looking seriously enough at the impact of deprivation and what we can do about improving well-being across our community. And it's more than just addressing problems in particular localities. It's my view that you need an overall approach to addressing the concept of well-being and improving the lives of people in our community. And I also have a concern to some extent that the work of the council is done in silos. So the whole issue and the debate we've had around SEND for young people, there is an impact on those young people as they transition into adulthood, and there's also an impact on the ongoing services for adults as a result of what they're doing. And I do get a concern that that we're not looking at the whole picture, and I criticised the administration before about, because of the approach of the budget that they've taken by asking departments to find X amount of money savings. These savings have been made on a piece by basis, looking at each individual department, and as far as I can see, Chair, nobody has taken a step back and say, what does that mean for our towns, and for our 3 towns? What does it mean? Other than, oh, let's wring our hands and, we haven't got any money and this is all terrible. We just need to lift our heads a bit, Chair, in my view, to think about, well, how are we going to move forward in moving this? And I just don't get any evidence of this in this budget. There are lots of cuts. We get the leader saying that we can't justify deep cleaning the town centre, even though there's an overwhelming need to do it, not just because of the state of the town centre, because of the consequences of doing it. If you can't attract inward investment, if you can't stimulate regeneration, if you can't improve the economy, if you can't drive growth across our communities, where are we going? You have to lift the baseline somehow, and it's, in my view, it's self-defeating just to keep talking about, oh, we've got no money. We have to find innovative ways of moving our economy forward. And in my view, Chair, the Town Centre Summit was a huge lost opportunity, because there was an opportunity to bring all partners together, the council, local authority, the health partners, the business community, and the community as well. What are we going to do to move this forward? And it doesn't appear to me to have gone anywhere, and I don't see any reflection of it in this budget. So I feel this is more than just about looking at the numbers on the balance sheet and trying to make those balance and trying to find cuts here and move money from point A to point B. It's about we've agreed a corporate strategy. We've agreed that, and we're told that there are implementation plans coming, but I don't see any of that reflected in this budget. I mean, I'm hugely relieved about what Councillor Earl has been saying in response to Councillor Keddy's question about community asset transfer. I mean, I remember completing a consultation paper over a year ago about it. So the time this stuff is taking is frustrating, and it's being driven now because of the cuts. You know, because they have to look at that possibility. It is cost driven. And again, I don't get any sense of where the strategy is. I'm relieved that Council says it's being looked at, but I don't get any sense of what that looks like. So that's just my views, Chair, to think that I think there are really significant gaps in this budget because I don't see any thinking behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Canavan. Did you want a response from Councillor Cox? Would you like to?
I would. He's going to get one if he doesn't want one.
He's going to get one. Okay, go on.
Okay. Well, I'd like to thank Patrick for that. But it was a lot of wishful thinking, as far as I'm concerned. The fundamental thing that any organisation has to do is to get its finances in order. It won't achieve anything if it doesn't get its finances in order. And the first thing that we've done, the only thing, frankly, we've concentrated on so far is to try and balance a budget which had a massive hole in it. And I think we've achieved that. I appreciate there are lots of cuts there. I've already said it right at the beginning. There are lots of cuts, and Chris called them brutal. Yes, they are, some of them. And I don't want to make them as much as anybody in this room doesn't want to make them. But fundamentally, we will achieve nothing if we don't balance this budget. And you know, if you have innovative ways of funding, which you've just talked about, then let me know what they are, because I'd be delighted, providing they're nothing like the previous leaders but one innovative funding that we had in the past, because, you know, frankly, that was awful, and it was dangerous as well. So actually, you know, I appreciate all of the things he said, you know, about well-being, deprivation, working in silos. We're working on that. If you look at the corporate strategy, you can see where we're heading for, but that takes time. And the first thing we've got to do is to get the finances in order, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you. Councillor Dove, are you online?
Hi, good evening. I'll try and get through it without coughing, if I may. So, you ready for me?
Yes, so you have views from your committee that you wish to put. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so as you would have seen in the press, there's been quite a lot of noise and concerns raised about the budgets and handling, not just over the last few months, but since the creation of BCP. And I'm going to just fall back on slightly on what Councillor Canavan has said, because he's quite right. It seems like cuts seem to be the soft option here, and there's not much innovative thinking, and there's no real strategy behind what's going on. And we have teachers writing letters of no confidence saying, can you please work with us? We have ideas how to fix this. Can you stop raiding our DSG every single year? This can't go on, but work with us. We've had schools offer to open up APs, and our councils have not taken them up on those decisions, and that's what concerns me. So we've had Andy Martin this evening, our culture PFH, and he's really inspiring to listen to. He's been there to Bristol, he's spoken to the Arts Council about how we can do things better, where they're doing things well. In children, we haven't had that same sort of degree of evidence or people coming forward and saying, right, you know, these are the areas that have had safety valve, these areas that have had the same budget pressures, this is how we can do things better, this is how we're working with families, this is how we're working with our schools. And I think that's been the biggest thing. In terms of the cuts, for example, we had a transformation paper that came to us in November. Lots of things that we were concerned about, they said weren't happening, but it turns out that actually they are. So, for example, there's a £4 million reduction of complex safeguarding, but there's never a plan to go with it. So don't worry, this is what we're going to do instead. And this is the real concern about all of the conversations we've had around budget. It's all about the cuts and the real time savings at the moment, but we're never looking at any of the impacts. We're never looking at any of the consequences that are going to come with it. So on that, then we have talked about, for example, the impact on losing our Sendias team. But I've heard, you know, all these rumours, and this is the problem. There's just so many rumours around what this cuts and what this budget is going to bring about for children's services, rather than concrete sort of plans and saying, well, this is what it will bring about. You know, and reducing our Sendia service is horrendous. So what would people like? So I've been obviously meeting lots of schools, lots of parents, etc. They all say one thing, and that is, can we please, as a council, stop wasting hundreds of thousands of pounds on external solicitors and barristers? Stop our parents from having to take the local authority to court, and just please provide the statutory services that they are entitled to. And that's from schools, and that is from parents as well. That's in a nutshell. What I would say is the equality impact assessments are woeful. Councillor Northover was quite right in her assessment. These assessments have to be done at the time and building up to making a decision before a policy is made, rather than the other way around. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with this administration, and I think it's really woeful that our portfolio holders don't know their own legal obligations with regards to the public sector equality duty. What I find really interesting is Councillor Tarling saying that we should be sued if we're reckless. They are decision makers. They really need to be trained up in the public sector equality duty, because at the moment, both portfolio holders and officers are falling short in that department. And that's the feedback that we're getting to children's services at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dell. I think you, Councillor Cox, and we've got a portfolio holder for children's here. Did you want to respond?
I do.
You, Councillor Cox does as well. Okay, go on, you go first then.
Can I go first? I mean, frankly, I'm staggered that Councillor Dove had anything to do with children's services whatsoever, because she clearly has no conception as to what is actually going on in this council. I am deeply staggered. Saying that cuts are the soft option, they are clearly not the soft option. Nobody has ever suggested that they're the soft option. Stop raiding DSG. It's not us that's raiding DSG. We're not raiding DSG. It's the current government, the Conservative government, of which she is a member. She is a party member, and I don't like to be political here, but actually she has been deeply political in an area which, you know, her government have underfunded for years, if not decades. And so I really do take offence at Councillor Dove's assessment. And she's asked for that she's intimated that equality assessments are not being done. They are being done, and they've always been done. And actually, if you actually listen to your cabinet member in the government, who is actually suggesting at the moment that we do away with all this woke equality nonsense, so maybe we should speak to him. I mean, I'm frankly staggered at what she's just said, but you know, it doesn't surprise me, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Burton.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to start with a few things that I agree with here. I totally agree that the local authority needs to focus spending the money on actually children and making a difference to them. That is something I do definitely agree with. Taking a few of the other points, I also agree that there's lots of rumours and misinformation, which we need to stop. I would like to know where those rumours start and what causes them, because I'm hearing quite clear things when I've been going to Children's Overview Scrutiny and listening to the questions that are being asked. I also talk to lots of children, lots of parents, lots of young people, lots of head teachers. I visit as many as I can. I'm going to visit another one next week, 2 next week, actually schools next week. I'm hearing lots of information from them about what they would like to do to make things better. They are being acted on. We're looking for innovative ways to actually achieve that. I do feel very frustrated that messages and understanding is not coming out clearly. And I'm also very frustrated that money is being spent for the council, not on children, on doing things to fight cases, to transport them around the country, to different places for their education. I totally agree we need to make improvements. Very much so. We are an improving service, and it's a long journey. But I do take a perception that we're not listening to young people, parents, and schools.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Councillor Dove, would you want to respond to that? But let's not get into a big long debate because the hour is getting late.
It is, and having just chaired a 4-hour session recently, I know how tiring it is, and you're doing really great, Chair, so thank you so much. I think Councillor Cox really needs to watch some of those meetings and understand what's going on. It's all very well dishing the dirt, but I'm representing what people are saying to me. I am listening to what people are saying to me. I'm listening to the fact and reading the fact that schools have no choice now to say that they have no confidence in the way that this council's managing their budget. It's not the government that made the DSG, it's the council that put in a request to take that money away. So we are going to obviously have this money that's coming forward at the start of February, and I would really, really hope that the rest of this committee would make recommendations that actually we put it forward towards both day centres, which again, people saying that people are getting emotional over the budget about day centres. I've had people in tears over their fears of day centres. So day centres and children, I'd really like that 3.5 million to go towards, please. Thank you very much. Thanks for letting me have another opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Okay, so everyone's had a chance to speak except moi. Yes, and I'm gonna be as quick as I possibly can, and I'm going to limit it, I think, to, I've got a lot here, but I'm going to limit it to Financial Director's Section 25 report, which is about some of the risks. And I think you've probably already answered the question, I have to confess, in that your assessment of the overall thing is that there's sufficient cover in reserves to cover the potential risks that we have. But I would like to raise a couple, if you don't mind. One is about Carter's Quay. The report talks about the payment in advance being £15 million, which was essentially for work in progress. I actually think that half of that amount was actually a payment in advance for the land, which was then secured with a mortgage over the title deed. So the risk actually is on whether, the title, the mortgage or the registration of the charge on that land is going to be recovered by the council. I've seen lots in the trade press about the risks and the negotiations between the administrator and the council with regard to that particular security. And it's not as clear cut as it appeared to be at our overview and scrutiny meeting, where we were given some degree of assurance that everything seemed to be well covered. Doesn't appear to be quite as well covered as we thought. So would it not be prudent to put an £8 million provision somewhere just in case things don't work out the way that we think that they're going to work out, or hope that they're going to work out? And if we do, or do we have sufficient in contingency or whatever to cover that specific risk? I'll carry on. There's another question as well. So you probably answer them both at the same time. In para 75, talk about BDC and the outstanding loan of 3.7 million with interest outstanding and accruing presumably as well. My concern here is that the Winter Gardens doesn't exist as a capital programme. It's not on the capital programme list. And we've already accepted that, well, it says here we've made a provision, as far as I'm aware, the BDC actually wrote off £10 million against that project because it was no longer viable. So the project from BDC's perspective is dead. Therefore, should we not be writing off the 3.74 loan that's outstanding? Or if the project is still live, then it ought to be back on the capital programme list, and we ought to be seeing these costs associated with it. In this one is slightly different. It's not property related. It's in paragraph 76. And it talks about the risk of individuals who are specialists, been in specialist accommodation, who are in receipt of housing benefit, and they're potentially due to 6 years back pay because we've charged them accommodation charges from, well, and presumably they've been in receipt of benefit at the time. That's a significant amount of money, potentially affecting 94 individuals that may have to be refunded their accommodation charges incurred, possibly back 6 years, which is a significant amount of money. It just seems rather odd, and I'm just wondering if that means that the risk is covered by reclaiming those costs from I don't know, from housing benefit charges or whatever. But it just seems quite a remarkable change. They're basically saying because it's like being in hospital. You've been in hospital all that time, you should be paying accommodation charges. Is that what it means? Yeah. Okay, those are those 3 points, and I'm not going to ask any more. Yeah, please, Mr. Richards, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I think I presented enough of these to know that I'm really grateful to you for emphasising the importance of my Section 25 statement and my 25 report. And hopefully, what it does is it highlights those key significant risks the council is facing. I think within that you draw out Carter's Key now, and the BDC and the mental health one. Clearly, there are others as part of that schedule. And what I have to do is come to that overall assessment. Is £21.9 million sufficient to cover those overall range of risks? And I think within my conclusion, I conclude it is just about adequate. But my recommendation is take all opportunities you can, whether that's by way of financial outturn or unexpected events, to continue to improve the adequacy of those reserves. And that's what I would continue to advocate to everybody. Because some of these risks are quite significant, and I think, as I say, one of them you might be able to cope with in isolation. But if you have a series of these that hit you all at the same time, then that's where we've got some real issues. And I think the ones I draw out of is if you had a cyber attack, which is often quoted at costing somewhere between 10 and 12 million. You overlay that with an issue with regards to Carter's Key, because the answer is we don't really know at this moment in time, but come the financial year end, I'll be doing what I am required to do, is make an assessment as whether a provision should be required or not. You overlay those together and then you're in a difficult position. And that's why I think the portfolio holder of finance is very clear around, we do need to take all opportunities, that we get to continue to improve the council's financial health and its financial resilience, because from that we can build, but at this moment in time, we've got to always be constantly looking at each one of these risks. And, we've heard, some of the councils refer to a risk that has arisen within the planning area. That's just another one we've just got to keep a mindful eye on as to whether or not that is something that is going to test our financial resilience, and just keep overlaying each one against each other. But I think I'm clear in my advice. It's just about adequate, but please take all opportunities to continue to build your financial health.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think there's a debate on the budget item. Thank you all so much for your perseverance. We are going to be talking about the future plan in a moment. So, well, okay, you can ask. Sorry, but nobody's proposed a recommendation at the moment. Sorry, it is a good point, and I was actually going to reflect on those recommendations, and I failed miserably to do that. But I think, you know, given that we've been given the opportunity through, and I think the significant areas, what areas of cuts are there? We've come into some more money. We've been given the offer to make recommendations to the portfolio holder about where we would prefer those cuts. And I think that's probably the essential thing. I think, and again, I congratulate Adam Richards and his team for a very clearly stated budget. I personally don't have any issues that I wish to table as a formal motion. If I was being pushed, I'd say I disagree with it because there's some cuts in there I just can't live with. I've already threatened to kill myself, or if the Red Hill paddling pool, and I don't really want to have to kill myself because I you know, so there are some things I really would die in a ditch over, but you know, we've got a process to get through yet. So if you don't have any, and I hope you don't have any, but if you do, let's get them out now. Okay, we don't. Okay, right. So we complete that debate. Just a word about the forward plan. We do have our final meeting to discuss the forward plan in February, which will be prior to the next prior to the next meeting. So we should by that time have had a slightly longer forward plan structured. We have got ideas. In fact, I think we're probably set more or less for our next meeting. The items that we've got there, which, if I remember rightly, is Wessex Fields and oh yes, and the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit one. Both of those are fairly significant items for review. So unless anybody's got anything they'd like to say about the full plan at the moment, which doesn't look as we did. Oh yes, Professor Trent.
Well, it's just quickly that the overview and scrutiny doesn't appear to be putting a unified thing over. We've all raised issues which we're concerned about. The only one that everyone does seem to agree with, it seems, is the desirability of not hurrying the closure of day centres, and that we ought to look at the long-term sustainability of the day centres. That seems to be the only thing that everyone seems to have mentioned.
I know. I hear what you say, Councillor, but nobody's made a proposal about it, and I gave everybody the opportunity to do that. What I can do, and which is I always do at cabinet meetings, is reflect the debate that we've had, and I will do my best to do that. Individuals also have the opportunity to make representations at the cabinet meeting if they wish to do so, as they do at full council. Now, I don't think we have it. I think we all have genuine concerns about the closing of day centres. There's no doubt about that. Just one of the many very hard decisions that the team have been looking at. We've debated it. Now, we haven't had a proposal to that effect. So, you know, I hear what you say. I understand what you're saying, but what are you saying? Apart from that, so, you know, and please.
Well, I haven't drafted anything out because there's been so many different things that people have raised that it would be a huge, great, long representation from here. But I just mentioned the one thing that it seemed that everybody echoed. And that was on one of the couple of things that I didn't raise when I raised my initial point.
Councillor Trent, I will take a point and mention that item specifically as a concern if everybody's agreed. No. Well, I'm not saying what's right or wrong. What I'm saying is I'll mention the fact that it is you're not unanimous, but you're happy for us to mention that we had a long debate about it.
Yes.
Okay.
It wasn't just adult social care, it was also children's. I did make the suggestion right at the start that it would be good to put the money into children's services to demonstrate the cross-party political will to help ensure the service continues to improve. And I stand by that now. And you know, if you would like to put that to cabinet, otherwise I'm happy to do it.
I do think that, you know, these are ideas for where we can utilise the extra money, and we've all been invited to make those representations to the portfolio holder. He's heard the debate today, so you know, I think I'm not sure that we can go much further with that, to be honest with you. Okay, all right.
Chairman,
Yes.
as well, if you want to put something back in, you then have to find something else to take out. It's the usual method.
Not necessarily, not if we get another £5 million. Yeah. Sorry, how much? 3.5, sorry. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, members, can I go back to the forward plan? Okay, if anybody's got any specific issues about the forward plan at the moment, I'm sure Councillor Laura would be delighted that the Wessex Field is on the agenda for the February meeting. So with that, members, I'll close the meeting. Thank you for your forbearance and patience.
Thank you very much.